Good evening, everybody. Hello there. Hope everybody's doing fantastic. Rob, my man, it's good to see you per usual. I hope you're doing good out there. Hope everybody's doing well. We're going to be diving into some Dune Awakening tonight. Yes, indeed. However, there is some happenings happening over on the Arc Raiders side of things. If you remember, we left off last night's live stream with a massive duplication glitch absolutely taking over the entire game. Last night was something special, I tell you, with how much we managed to profit off of the matriarch and these people just spamming grenades, whether we were taking them out or whether we were taking matriarch cores. It was wild, but they did manage to patch that. However, now I'm hearing there's a new duplication glitch. And for some reason, my town's tornado siren is going off. Hold on. If it goes for 3 minutes, that's when you know it's real. How long has it been? I don't know why on earth they would run that right now. All right, so, yeah. Arc Raiders has got a new duplication glitch pumping out. Who'd have been surprised there with my my playthrough and experience inside of Dune Awakening, and not surprised in the slightest. What else? There's some form of repair glitch going on, some form of like infinite ammo. People are freaking out. The PvE players are freaking out about the new event that's going on. They're saying that the event's not PvE and they're getting ratted out by PvP players and they're pissed off about it. People are like theorizing that aggression-based matchmaking has been disabled for some reason. People are theorizing that the updates reset aggression-based matchmaking. All needless to say, we may be doing a bit of a split stream tonight if we keep jumping over on the Discord, and it's absolutely melting down over there, especially in regards to the matchmaking. We may go dive in, but we're definitely going to jump into Dune Awakening. Let's get this up and running. We're going to jump in, do some of our dailies, and the way we're going to run these dailies is we're just going to easy mode these dailies. I've got like 25 of them to do to catch up. I'm not massively interested in the PvE inside of this game. We're going to catch up with, what was it? Exploration and combat are the two that we're going to be pushing into. Exploration, crafting, and combat. Mainly exploration, at least to level 20, so... And we're going to be doing all of that. Basically, I'm going to call it inside of easy mode, knocking down the easy challenges. I'm not going to dick around with these bosses. You found a bunch of rubber ducks, and in one ride was last door with 1 million strings and blockers. My god, 1 million of the zip lines, I'm assuming, is what you mean as well? That's crazy. I'm assuming that was last night and not today, would be my guess. But it's entirely possible that with this duplication glitch going down, people went in and duplicated a bunch of zip lines and brought them back into the lobby, brought them back into their stash, and now they're using them today, perhaps. I don't know. What I do know is that they're not going to ban anybody for it. They're not going to action accounts. I've heard of a couple scuttlebutts of accounts getting actioned on, but no proof, no evidence as of yet. We're going to dive in and do stuff like the Blushing Caverns and these side missions rather than really deal with any of this endgame bossing. After we're done with like all of the catch-up, and we may dive into the endgame bossing at a later time, but just currently I'm not feeling it just to run this catch-up. Especially because we're probably going to be looking around the deep desert as well tonight. diving in. Their servers are going to be down for 2 hours tonight. Fantastic. I know Gore's going to be excited right about the time he gets home to jump in and play. He's going to be looking at a beautiful update. 2-hour downtime heading his way. Fantastic. Welcome back, Funcom says. Welcome back. Did I give Chuji the daggers back? I don't think I gave him the daggers back. We flew all the way out here to give him the daggers back, and I think I just ended it. Fuck. Oh no, we gave him the daggers back. I remember. Jen, good evening. I hope you're doing good out there. It's good to see you, Jen. I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you're doing good. Man, Jen, I'm actually glad you're here, because Deadman mode really fizzled out for me this year. And it had nothing to do with the player. There was plenty of PvP to be had. I did some PvP off stream on both of the accounts, kind of fucking around. You know what it was? It's the style of PvP that old school RuneScape is nowadays. I just hate it, dude. First off, people are sweaty as shit, bro. And it's almost like a Fortnite skill gap, where it's like, I don't have fucking 12 hours a day to practice my fucking 6-way switches and prayer swaps and fucking freeze timers and all of this shit. So there's like that massive skill gap. And then it's just brings out, I believe, just the worst form of PvP in that no honor, tri-bridding, sweaty. You know what I'd like to see, Jen? I'd like to see a Deadman mode come out where, first off, the top 2,000 players, total level-wise, get thrown into 1v1s. At the very end, they get thrown into a 1v1 tournament where the top 2,000 fight it out, turns into the top 1,000, turns into the top 500, then the casters come into play. You know what I mean? That would be huge. But also, I think it would be crazy if we could somehow, and I don't think this would work, but somehow implement a system, a bounty hunter style Deadman mode, or at the very, very minimum, a completely single way Deadman mode, where it's like 1v1s everywhere, no multi-combat anywhere type shit. And I might be crazy in saying that, but bounty hunter PvP is the closest that you get inside of old school RuneScape to that real classic Edgeville PvP feel, where people are getting fucking flamed for farcasting, and they're getting flamed for safing, and they definitely are getting flamed for using their overheads. All three of those things, well, two of those things are disabled in Bounty Hunter. So it's like a Bounty Hunter themed Deadman mode, I think, would go fucking crazy. And then again, the finals. It all comes down to the finals, Jen. Like, for me, if these finals were coming down to, like, solos, I would grit my teeth and be like, okay, you know, I gotta deal with the sweats and their no honor PvP, but we might be able to get in and run like a range vengeance thing to counter a couple of these guys on our way through. The 1v1s at the very end of this thing would give you a reason to grind out the entirety of it. Chuji, my man, good evening, good evening. I hope you're doing good out there. Hello. Let me know if that music's coming in too loud. Let me know if that music is coming in too loud or the mic's coming in too loud. Oh yes, Landsrad. Oh, look at Harkonnen. Looks like Atreides taking it nice and easy on him this time around. You're welcome, Lance. You're welcome, Lance. I sent out a message to all of Atreides. I said, let's give Harkonnen the win. Give him the win, make it nice and easy on him. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Smugglers run, you say. And I say, okay. You cleared 136 level 12 earlier and your internet went out. Oh my god. Perfect. I'm assuming that if you crash, it's like a reset. It won't bring you back into the thing. Why do I need a sand bike? For the Blushing Cavern? For the Smuggler's Run? What the fuck makes you think I'm just carrying a sand bike around? Oh yeah, let me pull out my sand bike. Where'd I store that thing? I think the last place we had a sand bike was here. No, it was up over here where we had the fucking original base. I don't even think any of them were my sand bike either. Have I even ever built a sand bike? I don't know. Oh, well, this is good. One of the smuggler run missions? Okay. No. And we did it. We really did it this time, didn't we, old man? Listen, one of you are gonna have to take the axe. You're not even on, are you? No, you are on. Turn off, punk. Was the overhead prayer thing always a thing? What do you mean? What do you mean, was the overhead prayer thing always a thing? In Bounty Hunter? No, so like Edgeville PvP gen, you would just get flamed if you were using overhead prayers, and people would just end up running away, not fighting you. Also, if you were farcasting, you would get flamed as well. That was peak. That was peak PvP inside of old school RuneScape. Was fucking old school Edgeville PvP. Even Bounty Hunter, when it made its return, with the fact that we're all kind of a bit more advanced at this point in time, pulling off like the one tick, whatever, instant granite maul spec off of the magic short bow or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody was doing that back in the day. Nobody was doing that back in the day. But even with that happening nowadays, I'm telling you, like, it's just peak PvP. Okay. This is good. Alright, no, I don't need the engine. We're gonna be taking in a tier 1 sand bike with a tier 5 engine and a tier 4 engine, sorry, and a tier 5 boost. We're going for a bit of a mix mash here, a bit of a mix 'em up. Bit of a Frankenstein of a sand bike here. Man, why did we vote for range damage inside of the Land's Red when we could have had crafting time? This would have been done already. Yeah, you want to know why, Chuji? You want to know why? I'll show you why. It's the only sand bike that I have unlocked. That's it. You think I'm gonna go farm out 25? No. Wait. Oh, I could do MK6. And I could do that. I have enough plastanium here, but that would involve shifting around the inventories, which I just can't be asked. You know what I mean? Surely a tier 1 will do it. Surely tier 1 will be just fine. Feeling good about a tier 1. Feeling real good about a tier 1. Ranged damage is amazing for labs. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you fire and your shield goes down. That's still a fact. So firing a weapon, I guess labs, solos, the amount of AI that you have to deal with isn't as overwhelming. So when your shield goes down, it's not like you're getting shot from like 7 different angles. No, 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 I'm not doing the tread wheel. The old man is not gonna go spin out on some South Park themed sex device, you know what I'm saying? Oh, ranged plus attractor field. You know what, Psycho? You're right. You're right. We were taking down the fire lady with the attractor field. You're right. Tier 1 sand bikes the way to go, Ross, and you know it. Plus, it's got a tier 4 engine, and did I mention it has a tier 5 boost? So that's pretty huge. It's gonna steer like shit, but it's gonna go nice and speedy. Or at least a medium level of speed. With a fair boost. Now, how am I gonna get this puzzle to work out? Like the sheep and the fucking chicken and the wolf puzzle here. Get out there! Do I have gas? The old man's always got gas. I've never not had fuel in this game. Not once. Nah, we'll give it some gas when it needs it. We're going to the Blushing Cavern. For the old man's gonna go show that cavern exactly why it should be blushing. Every cavern should blush as soon as the eldest enters them. Hey, listen up, you bunch of lazy bums. Stop hanging around the Haga Basin. Get out there and do something. Bunch of freaks. Ross, some things never change. Some things never change. The Ornithopter's fine. I've still got plenty of life on those wings. What am I doing of danger where those wings could possibly break and cause some sort of catastrophic meltdown? Your server is down to less than 15 people? Psycho, that's crazy, man. So the weekend bump that happened inside of Dune Awakening has come and gone. It's back to peaking around 14,000. Now it's hanging there at the 14,000 mark, which is really good. So the 7,000 people that came back have stuck around for, you know, what has come. It'll be interesting to see if it comes back to 17,000 post this week and into the weekend. If it hits that, like, weekend 17,000 again, that'll be interesting. And it's not like the game's not drumming up new... I think the game is still drumming up new attention and new eyes onto it as well, because there will be a couple of times during the streams where we'll have somebody come in like, yo, is this game worth picking up? So people are still kind of looking into it. Is that music coming in loud? I feel like that music's coming in hot. Listen here, pal. I've got the range buff, so you're... Uh-oh. Out of ammo. Oh, shit. Come over here, come over here. There's a drill shot guy I'm really worried about. Yeah, well, hobble your way over here. Nice try, pal. You're done for. Get over here. Oh, you lucky son of a gun. Collect the first Okay, so it's a completely repeatable mission. I've already done this. Wham. Not that I expected them to be dynamic or anything, but it would have been a little bit more interesting if, even if it was something as simple as, like, these boxes were not in the same exact spot every single time. Try the lightning gun. It's basically all you use now. Ooh, that's a good point. Good point. Does your shield drop as you're firing that weapon? Just like every other weapon, I'm assuming? Because that's my problem with firing weapons. It feels like a waste. Listen up, I'm gonna need you, sir, to point me over to the salvaged metal. Oh, you got some ammo for me. Thank you. Surely we get metal off of this thing. Beautiful. Folks have left for other servers. See, Psycho, I'm wondering if with the server merger, they're just going to merge all of the servers. And then just run the deep desert as they do now, and instead of 3 instances, 20 instances. Question is, what exactly would happen to the Haga Basins? Would it be like, oh, you got put into Siege Leg 4 out of what, fucking 1,000? You know what I mean? Yeah, but it doesn't get you stuck in the reload animation on bosses since it uses power pack. Oh. You know what they need to do with that reload animation? Just give us a toggle to where we can turn off the automatic reload. That would be a game changer, I think. Also, it destroys shields. You know, we used it for a bit. We did not give it a fair shake. I think we still have it on us. It doesn't use darts at all. No darts? Oh, weird. suppose the las gun doesn't use darts, does it? Interesting. They've leveled up and they've harnessed the power. Okay. I don't remember running into a mine last time. Okay, I don't know what the next part of that quest is. BJ, my man, good evening, good evening. I hope you're doing fantastic. Hello there, hello there. Probably, honestly, going to be a bit of a split stream tonight. We're going to clear out some of these dailies that we have stocked up. Probably going to fly around the deep desert a couple of times, and we may jump into Arc Raiders if we jump into the Discord and it's still just in complete and total chaos over there. Because believe it or not, Arc Raiders is melting down yet again, which I think is, honestly, I don't know what it is, but just being in the game when it's going through the meltdown, like the D6 debacle, and being in when the duplication glitch was in its fucking prime yesterday was wild. And now people are saying like action-based matchmaking has been cooked. Where'd the other one go? There's two of them over here. Come here, punk! Oh, there goes the shield. Mobs never gain their shield back after you crack them? Is that new? That's cool. Excuse me, fellas, I'm on the wrong floor. Oh, you dirty dog. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Nice try, punk, but you're not cracking my shield this time. Come on over. Come on over, I dare ya. Oh! Man, I don't know what. Did the fire stop burning them after they're down? Because the poison will finish them off, but the fire doesn't finish them off for shit. Kind of annoying. Okay, hold on. Let's reassess the situation here. You guys are fucked now. I've pulled out what I like to call my secret weapon. Where you at? Oh! What are you doing down there? Oh my god. See, why do we fire weapons? We don't. So what's the play? The play is to take out the range guys before, or take out the range guys and then fight the melee guy with it. Or I take out everybody and then I use the range on the heavy guy, because you don't use the range on these guys, you don't. That's not the play. So then it's range on this guy. Oh, it's a good point, a tractor field. That takes care of one of the three. But you're right, a tractor field would prevent them from shooting at me, so I could then just lay into them. That makes sense. I'm following you now. Where's the hole? Oh, nice. Clean escape. Onwards to the smuggler's den. Oh. Onwards to the smuggler's den. Zoom, zoom. Oh, hell yeah. Look at us going 80 kilometers per hour. Bro, come on now. Cooking. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's go back into the lands right here because we might not be done in this area. Exploration. All right, beautiful. We are out of here. I see, I see. So you're just like full running, full range then. I'm wanting to almost slot in and unlock the step behind ability. I forget what it's called. All right, let's go start slotting into this, what's it called? Damn, I keep forgetting what it's called. The exploration specialization that's going to be boosting our speed when it comes to the assault ornithopter that we're going to start running in the deep desert when we're looking for bases, because we're also going to be looking to shoot people harvesting spice. How hard would it have been to make some new enemies? I don't know. Easy. Super easy. What do you mean? Something just feels so nice about the slow blade, Chuji. I don't know what it is. Find the site mentioned in the note in the cliff face on the island's eastern edge. Search the nearby Fremen ruins for the first artifact. Listen, pal, I don't like solving puzzles here. Just give me a ping on the map and I'll go to the ping and then we'll continue on with our lives, alright? Oh, good. The suspensor belt's about to break. Just how I like it. The same ones always repeat? Yeah, so just give me the marker anyways. Got me looking for an artifact. Perhaps the giant arrow is the direction I need to go. Why can't I have a zoomed in map here? Is there no fucking, like, I can't look at a map? Those dirty dogs. Oh, the arrows are for the race course. Find the site mentioned in the note. Alright, what note are we talking about here? What note are we talking about here? View hint. Follow the contours of the rock. A mural hides in the rock. Ignore it. The one we seek lies further along the eastern edge. Carved into the cliff face. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Oh, is that it right there? You know what I like? If this is it, they put big fucking spotlights. They don't tell you directly where it's at, but they lead you to it with your eyeballs. Yes. Good. They're learning.
Shields on! I got you!
Oh dear, oh dear. Listen, what if I decide to... Oh, there's a lot of them. Alright. Who said I had to fight any of those things? Find the site mentioned in the note. Below a wreck on the island's southern edge. Son of a bitch. Would it say below the ship? Alright, I'll bite. What's the hint? I'm assuming I have to find the mural first. Here we go. Oh, a nice invisible wall? Okay, fucking nice, dude, nice. Nice touch, nice touch. Nice touch by the devs right there. Give me that. Oh, yeah. Crater at the heart. Oh, excuse me. Where the hell did you come from? Ambush! Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Were you guys supposed to be here a second ago or something? You guys missed your timing. You missed your mark. Alright, let's look at this. It would be funny if you could build a base on one of the islands and live on it. What island would you choose? I'd probably choose the Blushing Caverns, because what can I say? The old man loves to make a cavern blush. Inside of the bowl of the heart of the island. Oh, this kind of looks like the heart of the island instead of a bowl, perhaps. There's the mural we're looking for as well. Fantastic. Oh, excuse me, fellas. I don't rather feel like fighting you right now. Oh, yeah, I'll take that. I'm glad that highlighted. I would have never assumed that giant thing was the artifact, considering the last two were tiny. Too slow. Beautiful. Another one down. I believe that's our first exploration one completed. Let's see if there's any other ones on here. You know, another thing that's decent with the Burst Chuji is it's one of those weapons where, again, we're playing a game where if you drop your shield firing your weapon, you're at a disadvantage. So if you're like, say, a lot of the times previous when we were running PvP, people would hold onto their Regis triple shot, for example, until somebody started charging up the disruptor, and that's when they would fire. Well, and the same thing happens, like, people would wait for you to fire the first shot with the Regis, and then they would fire their shot. With a burst rifle, though, if you fire your shot and then they fire their shot, you have the potential of that second bullet hitting them through their shield. The Brood works. That's where we need to go next. How far are you at in any specific specialization? Like, if you put every single daily specialization into combat so far, where would you be at? I suppose that's the question, because I need to get up to level 20 exploration, and are we even at the point where if you put everything into one area, somebody's at level 20, or is it like, 10 tasks and you're level 20? Let's go, my man. Good evening, good evening. Oh, excuse me, sir. I don't know if you're talking about the halftime show. I don't really watch a bunch of TV USA. But if you're talking about the halftime show, I did watch. I didn't know it was happening as it was happening. I paid zero attention to football. I had no fucking clue. But I heard about it after the fact. I heard it popped off. I thought it was good. I watched it after the fact. I thought it was good. I think it'd have been better with, like, Tom and McDonald and, like, Dax in there or something like that. But that's, that's my personal taste. That's my personal preference. I thought it was good.
Enemy
It gets slower the higher it makes sense to split. Okay, makes sense to split. Get like level 10 in each of them. Are you at level 20 in any of them? And I hate how when you hit them with the heavy blade, if their shield's not on and you don't actually land a slow blade, I'm pretty positive it does less damage. "19 combat, 10 crafting, 6 exploration." Okay, so you're about 20 combat. Damn. If you remember correctly, only one guildmate is over 20 in crafting right now. Okay, interesting. Okay. I don't think we passed the 30 mark, so I think if we caught up with all of our tasks up to this point, we'd be there. That or we'd be like -2. You dirty dog. Stop it! You fucker. Oh shit! See, what we're trying to do though, Chuji, is get that speed boost in the damn assault ornithopter. But if we're not able to get it, we shouldn't be too far off. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm going to be splitting it. I see, what does crafting unlock? Because crafting is important too. Like, arguably, crafting is incredibly important. But if we're just fucking around currently, waiting... Because, like, what do we need to craft if we're not realistically worried about being out there to PvP? Because the incentive to PvP isn't there. So what's the point of caring about it? You know what I'm saying? But if we're out there dicking around with the ornithopter... So yeah, I'm probably going to be pushing into combat and exploration. And probably splitting it between those two. Crafting is putting more augments in your gear, which will be important when the time comes for us to prep for the PvP revamp, if that ever actually comes. Because I don't know if you guys saw with the update that they posted today, but they're changing how durability works. They're making durability less punishing. And currently, as it sits, durability is the only PvP risk, which kind of is pointless anyways, because it's not really a risk, because... It's not really a risk because you can just run the repair glitch. So I'm, like, glad that they're revamping the durability, because it might make it to where they actually bring real incentive to PvP rather, or real risk to PvP rather than this like fake risk. But at the same time, to me, it just seems like another step in the direction of leaning towards the PvE portion of the game, which I'm convinced is where it's going to go. Yeah, but my argument is we're going to be running around in the deep desert in assault ornithopters sooner than they're going to come out with a PvP revamp. So we should technically have plenty of time to, damn it. I don't know where the fucking key would be is the problem. Oh, excuse me. I don't even know if I need the key here. 50, exactly. Not even, I didn't even think about it being a quality of life for just traversing the deep desert. I was just thinking about it in the sense of like the 15% speed would make it to where the assault ornithopter is a lot more viable as an assault option. Man, come on. Where's the fucking key? Do I even need the key? Am I in the right spot? Man, I hate how they... Oh, I found it. Statement retracted. We're gonna say I hate how they place these in really weird spots, but that's a fairly normal spot. You probably couldn't send links on this stream, Athos. Oh, my bad. Did you get timed out? I do see that. I do see that link. On the Twitch, I can see it, and then it's at least like to where I can understand what you sent. Because sometimes people have, you know. Okay, there's more enemies in here than I thought. Sometimes people have solid links to send. That was my bad. That was my bad. Or well, no, I understand. I'll have to check that out. Level 20 should be 3,000 experience. How much are you getting per quest? 1,000? That's not true. What's it per quest? 100? So like 33 quests? That's crazy. So your guy at level... Oh, okay. Just can't stab through the door. Your guy who's at level 20 in the guild, I would have to assume... Perfect. Just what I wanted to do with that. Nice try, Bunk. Where's your little boyfriend at? $24 last night, but going for over 20 now? Oh, okay, interesting. I was gonna say, shit, if it's 3,200, 3,300 experience and you're getting 100 experience per quest... Oh, I'm not tracking either of the proper quests here. Damn it. Okay, we completed one of them. Perfect. Alright. Some give 150, some give... Oh. So we gotta really start paying attention to what the experience is giving us. Because that's massively important. Can't even get on the game. Your new graphics card is too power hungry for your power supply. Damn, droid. Bro, that is brutal. That is freaking... Oh, you know what? I don't have IQ up. make sure we're not cooking the PC. This dispenser belt's almost broken, so I gotta be careful before we end up dying.
Shields up.
Right in your pushy. Ah, they say that's the weak spot. I just bounced off that guy's head. You guys see that? Bro, I think we just Mario hopped on that guy.
Who are you?
You looking at, punk? Oh, we got mines. "26 missions? Fuck, dude. We're not gonna be able to hit level 20 on exploration right away. We're still gonna be some days. It's 5 per day. Yeah, we're still gonna be some days off. Not too far off, though. And if we start splitting combat and exploration from here on out, we'll hit 20 into both of them at, like, the same time. And I think at that point, we'll probably just hard push crafting to 20. And then figure out what we're gonna do from there. Oh, well, you definitely can smush people. We gave him the good old Mario bop. I don't think it did any damage. I could see how after doing, like, these missions for, like, the 4th time, like, I'm doing this for the 1st time, and I'm like, alright.
Need to reload.
So I could definitely see after doing these for, like, the 4th time or something like that, they would get old. It's still good content, and somebody brought up the other day when we were grinding these out that it's only up from here, too, because there's only, you know, only more that can come out of this. How many of them are there? I'm not even on the right floor still. You fucker.
Need to reload.
What do I think about the whole Discord fiasco? I think that people are blowing it out of proportion. I don't know if I'm misunderstanding exactly how it's gonna work, but from what I understand, everybody's account's gonna be put into, like, safe mode, essentially. Like, as if you were, like, in school. I don't use Discord for porn, or I don't think I'm on any sort of Discords that would require me to ID into. That makes sense? Like, I don't think it's something that's going to be affecting every single Discord. For example, like the Arc Raiders Discord moderated, and so the teens are going to be able to be in that area. Does that make sense? There's not going to be any stuff that flows through that would require you to have the age verification. I'm not going to, my Discord experience, I don't think is going to change at all. Same enemies, same tasks, just more. And you know what? Like, doing the tasks in this form, what I called the easy way to do the tasks, rather than going through the trouble of doing the bosses on repeat. Doing them in this easy form is kind of like very much so the same enemies that we've been dealing with in Dune Awakening since day one, isn't it? Dude, I don't understand. Oh, you dirty bitch. Okay, I am an idiot. See, that's the thing, Droid. People aren't going to be forced to give up a face. I don't think it's not going to be like, I don't think anything's going to happen to our Discord. You know what I'm saying? Like, now if I sanctioned our Discord out and there was like 18 plus content in there, and see, this is where I could be wrong. I could be misreading the situation and just not understand exactly how it's going to end up. Oh, excuse me, sir. I'll be there in a second. And not understanding exactly how it's going to end up playing out in implementation. But the way it sounds to me is it's like certain content. So, like, you know how if you do go to a porn, if you go to a corn site, we'll call it, if you go over to one of these sites and it's like, are you 18 or older, and you hit yes, and it doesn't ask you anything else, it'll be like if you go into a Discord server and it's like, are you 18 or older, and you hit yes, and then it's like, okay, prove it. But how many Discord servers do you go into that ask if you're 18 or older? Because for me, it's none. So I don't think my experience is going to change at all. That's why I think people are massively blowing it out of proportion, though. I think their real fear is the fact that this is just the first step to some form of digital ID, because it is. They're not wrong in saying that. Hell yes, that's both quests down. And you know what? There might be a side effect to this that I think people aren't taking into account, is like, some people are on Discord in countries that are technically banning Discord. Oh fuck. And people are assuming that those people are no longer going to be able to access Discord. But I would only argue that's the case if they genuinely, like, force a facial ID for everybody. But they're not. Discord, you can still be on Discord if you're 13, right? This is meant to protect teenagers, or let's say. So if you're 13, you can still be on Discord. How are you going to provide a facial ID to get on Discord at 13 years old? Did you guys have an ID at 13? Because I didn't. When is that meant to play out? I think the real fear here is it's the first step. And I said this yesterday. Why is it not letting me leave? I said this yesterday. Like, I'm not comfortable with, like, forced online identification, some weird-ass Chinese-style, like, online ID system. However, if something like that were to get implemented, I'll tell you one thing that could then be, I don't want to say silver lining. You know what I mean? I don't want to say silver lining. But a bit of a silver lining in the sense of we could now potentially try people in the court of law for cheating in video games and then convict them in the court of law for cheating in video games and then fuck them. Line them up and fuck them. Silver lining of a black cloud. Yeah. True. We might get to throw eggs at cheaters, though. You know what I'm saying? And the beautiful nosedive landing exactly where I was trying to. Alright, we need to craft up, we need to repair these suspensors and then craft some suspensors. We need to clear some inventory too. Trial by combat? Trial by combat for the cheaters? Yeah. True. Yeah, no cheating in that trial. No cheating in that trial. Travel to the Jabal Ifrit. Travel to Jabal inside of the Haga Basin. Boy, it's been a while since we've flown past the old, Frames death trap. I'm assuming it's still very much so a death trap. I'm guessing it's like a mixture. Does it have to do with the bases that are like all up and around this area, or does it have to do with the area itself? Because I'm pretty sure even like on day one, this was a fairly rough area to play in and around, and I think it has to do with the dungeon that's like the area that's up and in this place. It's got like a lot of lighting and shit in it. And I think that actually even rings true because when they put in those 2 new labs during the last DLC, and they were like deep under the Haga Basin, oh my god, that killed performance out here. Oh, right. Perfect. What do you mean, 1 minute and 40 seconds? 1,800 meters away? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, excuse me, Rock. Is this one of those flying trials that you were talking about, Chuji? I'm hoping this is something I just have to fly through. I don't have to get out of. This collects the first surveillance device, though, so I might have to get out. Holy shit. I kind of see what you're saying now, Chuji, where it's like, why are we even on Harmony, bro? Struggling out here. What the? Stop shooting me! Stop shooting me! Oh, this is good. I don't know what I'm trying to grab here. Yeah, that guy's not feeling so well. That guy's not doing so good. I think, is he our surveillance device? He might be the surveillance device. Come here, bunk. Wait, let me get my shield on. Now come here, bunk. Okay, well that was a big fat waste of a minute. Oh, right. This was not here a second ago. It reset. We gave us more time. It was like a checkpoint. That device was not there a second ago. And on to the next one. So this is kind of concerning with it being so repetitive. Because, like, the hope is it would snowball from 7 to 14,000 with the update, and then from 14 to 17 like we hit in the weekend, and then from, like, 17 to 21. Right? Like, that would be the best case scenario. But with the content being this repetitive, you know, there's a diversity of content. So it's repetitive as shit, but there's a decent diversity to it, which might help out the repetitiveness. I'm concerned, though, that it wouldn't be able to hold on to the 13,000, and thus wouldn't be able to snowball that. So come the first expansion, there's a bit more of a healthy player base. Man, whoever put these surveillance devices down did not do a good job hiding them. Where's it at? Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay, on to the next one. We're gonna stop by the base after this, grab some spice, and finish these out. Or level these up, I should say. Oh, we're level 8 Atreides. What level can you get up to now? See, there's another thing that PvE players might really get into, and if they start leaning into the faction stuff, this is the flying trial then, I'm assuming. Fly through the first sensor gate. Did I get it? Man, what if somebody's build was right there, though, right? Level 12, 136 down again? What? I'm assuming you can't build over here anymore? What if somebody was built here? Whoopsies. Boy, golly, the lighting in this game sometimes. Oh, you cleared the level 12. Guess what you got? You got grade 2 bulwark gloves. Just the same thing that I pulled out of the level 1 dungeon or whatever it was. Another one down. Grade 2 glasser. Oh, wow. Cooking with that one, literally. Blushing Cavern, we'll take it. Smuggler's Run, we'll take it. Then we had Combat. One of them took us to the Blushing Cavern, I believe. Yes, we'll take it. RNG is a dirty, dirty bitch, Chuji, I tell ya. RNG is a dirty, dirty game. It's kind of a dirty game that they play there, making it RNG both on the gear that you get paired with the grade that you get. It is a time sink. It's not a bad time sink, though, and that's the thing with Funcom, is like the time sinks that they come up with aren't always bad, but they are just very blatantly time sinks. Chapter 3, is that what you're talking about, Adventure? I think Chapter 3 was a 10 out of 10 update. Gives me hope for the future of Dune Awakening, and we may look back at this moment and consider it the turning point for a No Man's Sky level of comeback, which will be, if they manage to pull that off, it'll be cool to be like, we were here when they made the turn. Because the PvE content's solid, the in-between solid, the Landsrad rework's really good, the Rapier rework is really good. So now I'm like, okay, what can they do with the PvP? Because now they're apparently kind of more so leaning in and focusing more on like the PvP side of things. So if they come up with a PvP revamp and rework as well, that's similar to, even remotely similar in quality to what they've pulled off here in Chapter 3, we could be cooking. And they may do that sooner rather than later, because the way they made it sound is they were like very soon after the Chapter 3 update going to start pushing out Deep Desert revamps. And I hope it's sooner rather than later, because in Chapter 3 they did absolutely nothing to the Deep Desert, which is another tick on the box of these guys are going to push the game heavy towards PvE, which I'm not against. They have to go one way or the other though. Like heavy PvE with like arena-based PvP, or are they going to try and rebalance and revamp and re-incentivize the PvP in the Deep Desert? They got to go one way or the other, and then really commit. My prediction is it's going to be arena-based PvP. Fucking nasty lag out here in the Haga. 12 is the highest level you can do right now. Okay, so you can't even complete the. You can't even complete the journey then, because you're supposed to do level 12, 20, and 30, or am I tripping? Oh, it's capped at the Landsrad faction, which is capped at dailies, so nobody's level 20 Landsrad faction yet. I got you, I got you. Interesting way for them to run it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Sam, you absolute lunatic, it's good to see you. My man, coming in, becoming a member over on the YouTube. Can you freaking believe it, Sam? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic out there. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get those hips nice and loose as a goose, you might say. You know what I'm saying, Sam, you absolute madman. Goose it up. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. If you could get your hips as loose as that lady over to my side, you're going to be looking real good when you're 80. You're going to be moving around and just fantastic when you're 80 years old, let me tell ya. Let me tell ya. I appreciate you, Sam. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing good. Big W's in the chat for Sam, the madman. Far out. Good evening to you, sir. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing good. Hello there. Alright, let's dive into these specializations and start unlocking these. We're going to pull off... I know I have one combat quest that I have, but we're going to actually pull off of combat and go full into exploration until we catch these up. Onwards to the Blushing Cavern, then. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Nelly, hold the phone. Let's fix that problem. Ah, we've got enough. We've got enough. That's enough. That's enough. I didn't upgrade the inventory? What are you talking about? With what? Which specialization would I have to go and do to upgrade the inventory? Do spice? I thought I did every single one of them. I'm carrying spice on me, though. Con, my man! You know what? Plant fiber to get up to level 200 does sound like an excellent plan. It sounds like an excellent plan. Get that XP farm going. No, no, no. We just went and learned them all. Are you guys nuts? Are you guys nuts? I'm gonna get into the Blushing Cavern. We're gonna go look at the specializations. We just learned them all. You guys are crazy. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I need to go make a burrito. I'm starving. I'll be right back. Euro, my man, good evening. Hit level 20 in Explorer. You're convinced that if there is vehicular combat in the Deep Desert revamp, that the endgame build will be Max Explorer and a Tier 6 Assault with a Hummingbird wings, booster, and rockets. Couldn't agree more. 191 top speed, my man, my man. That's exactly what we're building in towards, and I'm so glad that you come out and confirm that the speed is fucking absurd. You're almost going to be able to chase down a Scout Ornithopter. As a matter of fact, you may be able to chase down a Scout Ornithopter with boosters, especially if you manage to land any early shots, slowing it down at all. You're absolutely right. Being maxed out in Explorer, or at least level 20, is going to be... Look, this Landsrad system is going to cause a problem, I think, in the game, you guys, because it's a fucking massive power canyon between level 200 and then level 200 with the max Landsrad, whatever, specializations, right? It's a power canyon, so people are going to feel like they can't even begin to dive into the PvP until they're max combat, max specializations, and all that. The one thing that might not be a problem, say if like fresh wipe servers came out, doing the Landsrad and the specializations would be something that you're starting off a whole lot earlier than at level 185 or level 200 combat, like a lot of people are. They're gonna have to add a catch-up mechanic to where you're getting like 4 times the experience or something. You're right. I agree, Chuji, because it's way too big of a power gap. It's massive. Here, hold on. While I eat this, though, I'm going to jump on the Discord and see what's going on with Arc Raiders, because it is melting down over here. People are speculating that aggression-based matchmaking got taken out. My theory... Oh, good, I'm leaking grease everywhere. My theory is that maybe so many PvP players were, like, blowing up Arc last night with the grenade dupe that they've now got slotted into these lobbies, and it's just going to be mayhem for a few days. Somebody threw out the theory that it's possible that updates reset aggression-based matchmaking. Yeah, problem with that also, though, Euro, is as soon as everybody's maximum specializations and they've maxed out their specializations, then we're going to be right back to where we are now. Whereas then without the specializations, I think that even still, the Assault Ornithopter with the boost and the wings and the rockets is the best in slot. Like, before we left the game, we were using the Assault Ornithopter with the Hummingbird and the Tier 6 boost or whatever to go pick at people carrying, and then by the time things got too hot, because we have 3 Scout Ornithopters shooting rockets at us, I was able to just bail and run away from them every single time. Because the Scout Ornithopter with rocket can't keep up with the Assault Ornithopter with rocket and boost. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Funcom as well is, I think they've shown this with Conan, they don't care if their game's got 200 fucking thousand players in it also. So you're right, Chuji, they might keep it old school in that way. I think having such a big barrier to entry to doing something like endgame PvP, whatever that ends up looking like, is going to be a problem, though. It will. Somebody's saying awful lot of PvP in friendly lobbies nowadays. I'm not seeing it as much as I was previously. I mean, previously it was like every 5th person on the Discord was like, what the fuck am I doing in PvP lobbies? And there was even PvP players who were in there like, why am I dealing with PvE players? Alright, let's get into this. And that's kind of where you say if this, you think they will resist, but the community's outcry will eventually force them into adding a catch-up mechanic. Yuji, I tend to disagree with you there. Because if the community never breaks out again and never goes above 20,000, 40,000, then really who you have left are the hardcore players. And I don't think the hardcore players, it's kind of like an old school RuneScape when there's any sort of quality of life update pulled to come out into the game that's going to make a skill perhaps train a little bit faster. It always gets voted out of the game by the community because they don't want their previous work being devalued. So like, I feel like there will be such a small community of hardcore players who are like, no, we don't want our work devalued, even if that means there's a massive barrier to entry for our game. Your region is still down, massive outage in Dallas. Con, damn, bro. Damn. Yeah, they do have a 2-hour downtime coming out tonight. So, yeah, Chuji, you bring up a good point. If, like, a shitload of people, if 150,000 people come back from Chapter 4, they'd probably cave fairly quickly when the community was like, but you know what? That's if there's PvP content. Because if there's not PvP content, they're really not going to feel the power creep. They're going to need to, you know, partake in, obviously, some of the, whatchamahoots, whatever we're doing right now to do the specializations, but... Oh, sorry, fellas, I'm in the wrong spot. Okay, maybe I'm not in the wrong spot. Nailed it. See, that's the thing, Chuji, is I don't think they will. I think PvP's been all but cooked in this game. I think they've already burnt that bridge. PvP players, I think, have already moved on. They're already, you know, on to the next. And I don't think when you're on to the next as a PvP player, you come back. Like, even me currently right now, it's like, what PvP do I want to get into? I want to go raid bases and get into random chance encounter PvP, but it's not going to happen. So we're technically not even, like, playing this for the random PvP that we can get into. After we level up for our Assault Ornithopter, you know, we'll be going for raiding bases and then blowing up fucking Ornithopters or whatever. But that's, again, just trying to look for the best out of a not the best situation. They're caving on durability, yep. There's a, and I said this in the Discord, I said it's another check mark in the fact that these guys are caving to PvE players. The one thing here is that it very well may work out in the sense of they rebalance PvP because currently as it sits, I don't find much incentive or risk to PvP when all I'm risking is durability. So if they double durability, big whoop. It wasn't a risk in PvP anyways, especially considering there's been these duplication glitches out for, or not duplication, these repair glitches out since day one, essentially, making the already non-punishing system even less non-punishing. Man, this shit's stupid. This shit's fucking stupid, bro. Nobody wants to fucking... First off, I'm sick and tired of getting a shitload of salvage metal from these doors I have to cut. Fuck off with filling my inventory with that shit. And secondly, these stupid rocks out of my way. Perfect cut. Nice, fucking nailed it, old man. Perfectly done. Well executed grappling hook. Okay, nailed it. Hold on, fellas. Give me a second to get up. Rude. Alright, now we gotta go do these, and then do that, and then, yeah, these are repetitive as all hell. Oh yeah, just use your cutter on it. You know, I forgot that you could use your cutter on it. Well, now that's thinking with your brain. Nobody likes doing that. Nah, you know they don't have a fix for the glitch. You know they don't have a fix for the glitch. And if they do, prepare for another D6 debacle. If they got a fix for the glitch, something else is gonna break. These guys' spaghetti code has not changed in the frickin' slightest. 4 scrap metal instead of hundreds would be great. Oh, stop cutting the blue marks. Oh, I can just cut the door? I didn't know you could just do that to the door. I see what you're saying now. I thought you were talking about the ore. I didn't know you could just cut the doors. Just anywhere on the door? Can I just shoot it at the center of the door and that'll work?
Someone's here.
Shields up.
Who's there?
Where's my
Fellas, settle down.
There's someone here.
Oh, I need to defend the beacon. Oh shit! Hang on, I need to defend the beacon. You attacking my beacon, punk? I wouldn't suggest that you attack my beacon, pal. Not a good idea, not a good idea at all. You're done for, pal. You dare attack my beacon? Oh, shit! That one meant business. Whoa, he dodged. Oh, you're done for now, Busteroo. You're done for now. Oh, God. Excuse me, sir. Where the hell did you come from? Oh dear, oh dear! Oh god, no! What the fuck, bro? We got scammed! We got fucking scammed! This is the biggest scam of my life, and you know where it all started? Firing the weapon. You never fire a weapon in this game, Chuji. This I'm not in on it. You don't fire a weapon in PvE in this game. It's just no fucking, there's no sense to it. It puts you at a disadvantage 10 out of fucking 10. And I don't want to go through no rigmarole of a tractor field this guy, hooptamabaw this guy, cycle around this guy. I'm just gonna fucking poke them all with my blades. They're just all gonna get a little bit of a poke.
Someone's here.
You're all getting poked now. Yeah. Oh, did I fail the mission? Stop shooting me. Yeah, I forgot we had to defend it. I thought it was just a tap. Oh, well that's good. What the fuck was that?
Fire in the hole.
Oh, I finished it. Well, I feel foolish coming all the way back here. I fear we've made a mistake.
Who are you? Identify
No, you know what's funny? Even with the durability even with the durability and doubling the durability, if they do fix the repair glitch, I bet people will be pissed. People were not happy when the first one got fixed. See, I got check marks next to every single one. Oh. I got check marks next to every single one in every single category. You guys see it. Check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark. We got them in every single category. Don't look into it. I'm wondering if the outage that they're having in Dallas Con also has to do with the, Yeah, Athos, I know. We all saw it. All right. Blowing the whistle on me, I see. Blowing the whistle on me. Damn it, I don't remember what quest we had. I just remember one of them was for certain in the Haga Basin, and it's probably somewhere over on this side. What's weird is I'm pretty sure I have melange in my inventory, so why is that not working? It's spice sand, it's not melange. Well, that is dumb. It's like a minuscule amount of spice sand as well. Pretty sure I have melange in my inventory. Yeah, Con, you're right. Are you rolling off? Is everybody rolling off like a massive drop table? Is that what you're saying? 420, my man, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. We're doing excellent around here. I hope you're doing well. Smuggler's Run was the other spot we needed to go to. They have massive drop tables, but a few things have high drop rate. Oh, so you're rolling like the same 6 items over and over and over again, and then your good items are obviously at your even lower drop rate, and you're worried about the grade of the item as well. My God, you guys, holy shit! That is a dirty, dirty, dirty ass RNG system. I tell you what, that is fucking dirty. Art, good evening. It's good to see you, my man. I hope you're doing well. We're doing fantastic over here. We're doing all right. We've probably got like, you know, 4 more of these dailies to knock out before I'm gonna go fly around to do some scouting in the deep desert, see if anybody's been ballsy enough to dare put up a base inside of the old man's deep desert. And we may end up we're probably either gonna run a split stream, dive into some Arc Raiders later on, or I might just end up you know, cutting it at like the 4 or 6 hour mark, depending on where we're at here in Dune Awakening after flying through the deep desert, and go work on pumping out like a video or something. You know what I mean? Oh, excuse me, Rock. Man, back to the Blushing Cavern, huh? Holy shit. I mean, even exploration is starting to repeat. And is that because we only have 2 of the faction houses open right now? That's not, is it? That I get to pick between the random. That has nothing to do with the type of tasks, is it? We're doing all easy ones, 2G. I'm not going to do any of the... I don't feel like pushing through a lab tonight or a dungeon tonight. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to go dick around with that stuff. Since we're playing catch-up and we've got 20 of these things we need to knock out, and we're going to be playing Dune Awakening on like a... probably for the most cases, like an every other day type basis. It'll be a minute or 2 before we even catch up with these 26. Over the past week, how do I feel about the new changes to the game inside of Dune Awakening? It's a 10 out of 10 update, 420. It really is. For PvE, they did nothing to PvP. They did nothing to the deep desert, and the hopes are that the team is now shifting focus and going to be able to push out a rebalance over there as well. And previously I would have said, haha, fat chance that that's going to work out for any good, but with how good these guys did inside of Chapter 3 and revamping the PvE, I mean, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and say, like, okay, maybe they can pull off a PvP revamp as well. Though I'm still not holding my breath. Yeah, the Ornithopter races are cake. I wish it would just be on repeat. Like, going to this overland map and doing this other shit's starting to get irritating. Whatever happened to the talk about the third faction? Isn't that's still planned to be coming out in the first expansion? I think that was always like first expansion type business. I could not fucking imagine having a base over here. I cannot be the only one. There's no way these guys are playing with any frames when they're at their base, dude. I refuse to believe that these guys just have magic frames at their base. Your new server Garrick is sadly down. Damn, that is brutal. I'm assuming it's in Dallas. Yeah, Dallas is experiencing an outage. So the third faction, I think, is still on the table. Just a matter of when. And that win would presumably be Chapter 4, first expansion. And I'm hoping that we see some sort of PvP revamp before Chapter 4. Oh my gosh, it's this again. Are the notes different every time? These notes better be the same. Okay, it is. See, this one sucks. I'm with Chuji. I'd rather just do the fast and easy ones, though I'm assuming, like we were talking earlier, you get more experience for these ones that are a little bit more involved. Also, my god, can I just say that the bike race on this map looks like it's absolute hell. And we're in. New guild is called Thundercats, my man. Did they remove some houses, Skull? I mean, like, the grade 4 schematics, those are going to be, you know, best in slots, so currently, anyways. What's the drop rate on them? Do you know, Chuji? What's the drop rate? Because I'm not surprised to hear that, you know, these things have fairly rare drops. And I think it's a good thing. It's just nasty, man, because it's not only a rare drop to get the item you want, but a rare drop to get the grade you want. It's like doubling up on the RNG, which is kind of nasty. I feel like in fucking old school RuneScape, you finally rolled like the Tumikin Shadow or something from a raid, but you got the grade 1 Tumikin Shadow instead of the grade 4 Tumikin Shadow. That's fucked, bro. That's crazy talk right there. Okay, just stand here and die. Oh, I can't spice, I can't spice. It lies. It has to lie, Chuji, because you know what? We got the grade 2 Bulwark on a tier 1 dungeon. And it definitely says nothing about that. No, sorry. We got tier 2 Bulwark. Yeah, we got tier 2 Bulwark out of the level 1 dungeon. That's what I said, isn't it? Yeah. It didn't say anything about that. Oh, from the RTS game. I never played the RTS game. I'm not a real, like, real-time strategy guy. And I think it's mainly because it's, like, a top-down, but even the ones that aren't top-down. Oh, shit. I just feel like it's weird. It's just never been, like, a real-time strategy. And you'd think it would kind of be right up my alley, because I do like turn-based. And it's not quite the same level of, like, strategic implementation between turn-based and something like RTS, but they do both involve strategy, which you would think I'd be down for. We did it! Almost level 8. Perfect. Into level 12 shouldn't drop grade 2? Really? Are you sure? I don't know, like, when it starts to phase out the old armor, Chuji. You got scammed with the grade 2, then, is what you're saying, and I hit the mega fucking jackpot. You might as well just farm tier 1s, Chuji. Maybe you can pull a tier... Maybe, if you're super lucky, you can pull a grade 4 out of a tier 1, huh? The specialization experience is flat 125. Is it flat? Oh my god, I can't even look at it from the world map. I hate that. Skull, they had tanks and shit. They had little top-down tanks that you were looking at that went pew-pew at other things that you were looking top-down at, though, like, if we're being realistic, right? What's funny is I like old school, and RTS is like... I like old school RuneScape, and RTS is point-and-click. And old school RuneScape is point-and-click combat. I could get down on that. I've just never liked RTS. I don't know what it is. 12 does drop grade 2? Okay, that's good. We're all waiting for level 17. That's when the 1% tier 5, grade 5 can drop. Interesting. They do all give a flat 125. Excuse me, I just need this. Thank you.
Eyes on the enemy. Shield on.
The faction ranks are slow. 17s aren't going to be for a while. Are they? Are they slow?
There's someone here.
I don't know where people are at with they've maxed the stuff or not.
Shield on.
Someone's here.
You're done for, punk. Oh. Fly, old man. What the fuck is going on? Hold on, fellas. We must have skipped a step. Oh yeah, we gotta look at this lady's... Oh, excuse me. Gotta look at this lady's body. You're rank 8 with House Atreides, and see that's where I'm at as well. And I'm way behind though. I'm like 24 faction missions behind. Oh, dude, come on. Fucking just expand it out a little bit further out the past the edge of that cropping. Chuji just hit 12 today, and I'm assuming Chuji's all the way caught up. So yeah, people should be like right around 5 levels off. Damn.
Who's there? Interloper. I require backup.
All right. Bro, we're getting fucking scammed. It said I had like 100 and some odd metal on me, and I don't. Where's the other metal I have on me? Is there still that inventory bug going around where you have invisible fucking scrap metal on you? Dude, come on. Whoa, 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 settle down, fellas, settle down. Oh my god. I ran out of power, not weight? No, 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 I wasn't complaining, but look, I'm gonna go, let me pick this up. Says I have 54 salvaged metal on me, Chuji. Fuck I do. Fuck do, liars. I don't have 54 salvaged metal on me. What did the old man all of a sudden develop a prison pocket? We playing Arc Raiders, and now I got ass cheeks, and I shoved the metal up my ass cheeks? I do not have 50 salvaged metal on me, I have 3. Oh my gosh. I think we're gonna go do this race against time, and then we are going to go bail. Go fly around the deep desert, see if we can find any bases. Yeah, I got 50 salvage metal in my butt flaps all of a sudden. I didn't know the old man had butt flaps in Dune Awakening, but apparently he does. You learn something new every day. So what you're telling me is their spaghetti code is having a hard time keeping track of where it's actually at, so it's just... Are we sure it's not filling up my inventory? My inventory seems pretty damn stuffed. But to be fair, we are at like 70 weight when we drop everything with all of our gear and all of that extra shit we have in it. It's probably right around where it should be. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably just a text bug, which is good, because I remember, I forget who it was, but somebody in the chat was stuck with that weight bug for a long time. boy, I backed the wrong horse when it came to... Oh, this is grabbing the 5 things. I'll grab some fuel at the Pinnacle Station. You think they come out with a new vehicle? And if they do, what kind of vehicle is it going to be? And then side question, do you think they ever develop the technology to where you can ride passenger out into the world map with somebody? Yeah, I get what you're saying, Chuji. I have no idea why they would have it function like that. A new ornithopter that serves what function, though? You know what I mean? Is it gonna be, what?
Still alive, are you?
That's why they renamed the Scout to Light and Medium, because they're gonna add a Heavy. Huh. I don't think they can balance a Heavy. They can hardly balance the Assault, and you basically have to be running that max specialization to bring the Assault into, like, a proper state in order to combat, like, the health of a carrier or the speed of a Scout. Fall between Scout and Assault? Oh my god. Now that would be interesting, actually. I could maybe see something like that working out. Already focusing in on just exploration, this feels like a fucking chore, which is exactly the problem with daily to-do lists inside of games. They start to feel like a chore rather than something to partake in. Did I craft the new light? It's great compared to the dumb glow stick. I didn't craft it, but Chuji crafted one, and yeah, it's crazy. Head and shoulders better, and that's what I was saying earlier. I forget who asked, West. But the update is a 10 out of 10. It really is. Solid update out of these guys. Most of my complaints stem from, like, still functional problems within the game and nothing to do with the actual content that was put into the update. If they can continue to pump out updates like that, like I said, we might have just witnessed the turnaround, the turning point of a No Man's Sky level turnaround for a game. And these dailies would be less annoying if they were something that you were doing in the process of leveling up, which I keep looking at it from the perspective of like a console user who is yet to play the game. When they pick this game up, they're gonna now have even more stuff to do on the daily basis that isn't terrible. And as a matter of fact, the stuff that you do now for the dailies, though it's repetitive, it's head and shoulders above any of the content that they've put out previously. A las gun ornithopter? Bro, I don't think they do that. Tanit, my man! We're pushing into exploration. I'll explain why here in a second. We need to get level 20 exploration because... Let me get up in the air. Because combat's one thing. Yeah, you're right. Being prepared for PvP is where we should be at. But if we're being realistic, we're probably a ways off before these guys actually implement any sort of PvP revamp, PvP overhaul. So we've got time. We've got time to work with. And what we're going to be doing in the game in the lead up to a PvP overhaul is obviously grinding out these dailies that you have to do. But we're also going to be flying around the deep desert in an assault ornithopter, shooting at carriers, causing mayhem, and raiding bases. Inside of the exploration specialization over at level 20, it increases your maximum vehicle speed by 15%, which is actually wild. Huge difference there, especially with the assault ornithopter with rockets and boosts. It's going to make a massive difference. That's not the only thing, though, because you also have the heat reduction, and there's like a reduction to the heat buildup as well. And as well as the speed at which you dissipate it. So, bro, like, for what we're going to be doing in the near future in Dune Awakening, exploration, I think, fits our purposes much better than combat. Though, you're right. If these guys, you know, in 2 weeks come out with the Deep Desert revamp, and all we've done is exploration, we would be at a chokehold. But I think we're looking at months, you guys, honestly, before any sort of actual revamp to PvP comes out. And I'm not doing the PvE labs. Not what I'm playing the game for. I like the PvE labs. I think it's cool that they've kind of expanded on what they've pumped out in terms of the bosses, but I fucking do not like the PvE in this game. Even the PvE lab bosses very much so become boiled down to, they're very basic. Now, compared to anything that we've gotten in Dune Awakening, they're head and shoulders above. But at the end of the day, they are very basic. You know, they summon an ad, they throw fireballs, they get in the air, they throw fireballs faster. They slowly break out portions of the map with the radiation dude. They have the poison map and whatever with the melee poison guy. The electric one is maybe the one that you could say is the most interesting, and I don't think we did the electric one. But not what I'm here for. We're here to dick around in base raid in the lead up to hopefully what is going to be a PvP revamp. A deep desert revamp, if you will, where, you know, best case scenario, that something like back to full PvP in the deep desert to bring back more base building out there would be freaking ideal. What do I need the gear for? What do I need the gear for, Tanit? To do more labs? I'm not doing the labs. So what do I need the gear for? I don't. Realistically, I don't. Will I need the gear when the PvP gets revamped? Sure. Sure, but at that point in time, my argument is we'll have the combat specializations maxed out. We'll be able to do the PvE. Order of operation, what we need to knock out first is level 20 in this. And even realistically, I'm not going to go through and spend the rest of my night here fucking beating my head against the wall repeating these. I'm gonna leave it at that. So what's gonna happen here is this 21's gonna turn into 26 and then into 31 here over the next 2 days. So by the time we come back into Dune Awakening, it's gonna be at 31 or potentially even 35 depending on when the reset is. So it's going to be a while before we're even level 20, because I'm not going to sit here and grind this out. I'm going to go, as a matter of fact, I'm getting ready to go prep and fly around the deep desert so we can go knock some base rating out if anybody was dumb enough to dare build out in the Eldest's deep desert. They will rue the day. What's the PvP in the deep desert when it comes to spice, though, Tanit? Am I getting out of my ornithopter to fight over spice in the deep desert? Probably not. I'm also not going to be running out there with like an organized crew of people where we're realistically going to manage to take down and beat up. We're just more so out there causing problems. Which is really the point of having that 15% boost into the speed, because chances are everybody else is on your level of thinking when it comes to pushing combat first. So there's probably going to be a lot more people with level 20 combat compared to level 20 exploration. So the assault ornithopter is going to be able to get in, fuck with them, and get out. And we were able to do that previously anyways, even without the 15% boost, because as it stands, even with no boost, an assault ornithopter tier 6 with the tier 6 boost in rockets is faster than a scout ornithopter with rockets. So in most circumstances, you can outrun any sort of realistic danger that you're in anyways. Have we been looking? No bases? Of course there's not. Of course there's not. There's no incentive to build a base. I'm still gonna go look.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Alright, let's go craft up some wires, and I think that's all we need. At 28 exploration, there's a dispenser power reduction too, and there's another thing to point out is I am all up in the air. So if we end up doing some like death from above / ancient way PvP, having already powered through and grinded out exploration will be huge. The problem is with that, Chuji, everybody who's doing combat first, I think is, again, going to have plenty of time to max out exploration before any sort of PvP revamp comes into play. Like, we're talking about grade 5 gear like it's, you know, the next crazy best in slot, which arguably it is. But by the time the new PvP revamp comes out, I bet tier 5, I bet grade 5 gear is fucking commonplace. You can run it on as soon as it unlocks. It's only a matter of RNG, because you could run it on loop without risk as well. What the fuck?
Sector weather
I don't even know what it's called.
A large
Wire?
sandstorm is approaching.
We found it. See, and like I think saying the deep desert revamp is coming soon is wishful thinking. I think it is wishful thinking. I think now that it's probably true that teams pulled off of the PvE and they're working at revamping the PvP. But I don't imagine that they're going to be able to get it out in any sort of timely manner. So we might even be waiting all the way until Chapter 4 before a PvP revamp. And at that point in time, the new map's going to be PvE, so they might just full on abandon it and abandon the deep desert, that is, and then the PvP revamp that we get is going to be some form of arenas. Like, we might be gearing up to do base raiding later down the line of Dune Awakening, and base raiding might get phased out entirely because the deep desert becomes even more useless than it already is. Because if Tier 7 comes out of a new safe area, which it will,
a large sandstorm is
and you need Tier 6 ores in order to make Tier 7 ingots, people are just going to farm the Tier 6 ores out of the A sector. So what does that leave us? It leaves us, I mean, we're back at the whole, we're fighting over spice, and at that point, we're not getting out of our vehicle. We're flying in the air and fighting over spice. They were talking about, like, no-fly zones in the deep desert, which could be interesting. Like, if there's a no-fly zone and there's a, let's say there's a spice field that can spawn where a ringworm or any sort of the worms just can't happen to get to it, that might then create like an island or a point of interest where then bases will get built up so people can sand crawl or just flat out fucking the thing, harvest that field. So I don't know, man. It'll be interesting to see where these guys go and what happens next. But I know what we're doing next entirely involves looking for bases to raid, which are going to be coming few and far between. And because they're coming few and far between, we're also going to be working towards exploration so we can get the assault ornithopter out there with rockets to start to throw rockets at these, like, carriers and shit. No fucking way a 72-round magazine Pharaoh. Wait, what? Pharaoh? Oh my god, Guruzo. Oh my god. Alright. It's spreading. Oh my god, it's about to get crazy over there. Alright. Settle down. We're gonna go do some quick sweeps of the deep desert, see what's going on. Muttley says nobody's out there. Chuji says nobody's out there. We're gonna go do a couple sweeps, see what's going on. And then we're probably gonna shift gears in this stream and bounce over to Arc Raiders because shit is going down. I mean, my god, is Arc Raiders and Embark coming in to compete with Dune Awakening and Funcom for the longest strand of spaghetti code that we've seen in gaming? They very well might, because yes, indeed, just like Dune Awakening, Chuji, Arc Raiders came in, fixed a duplication bug, and opened up a whole another can of worms. That, or all of these bugs are just now starting to hit the surface and get leaked into the public, because these very well may have been happening the whole time, just like the duplication bug. My god, that's crazy. You know what, Yurizum, I was in the Discord earlier looking at Arc Raiders, and they were melting down saying, like, aggression-based matchmaking isn't on anymore. It's been reset. People are like, oh, it resets with the updates. People are like, it's not working at all. People are pissed because the PvE event is just bringing out a bunch of PvP players. But my running theory is that so many of these PvP players last night... Oh, this poor fellow. So many PvP players were out in, Arc Raiders last night throwing grenades infinitely at the Matriarch, which lowered their aggression-based matchmaking, which means for however many matches it takes before you end up getting put back into the higher tiers, these guys were in so-called PvE lobbies running amok, is what I kind of think's going on. Hilarious. It resets every Tuesday, and I heard that theory over on the Discord as well, and people were pissed off when they heard that. I don't think that's confirmed nor denied, but if that's true, the PvE players are pissed over on the It was fucking melting down over there. I was losing it. And then somebody brought up that there was the repair glitch, and then somebody brought up there was the, somebody was like, use the infinite ammo, that weapon, equalizer. Oh my god. Yep. We're going to be diving back into Arc Raiders and probably jumping back into, realistically, like, the bosses again, I would assume, because I'd anticipate some people are going to be taking out some infinite ammo equalizers and just abusing the shit out of it. unfortunate for Embark to be having to go through this, but you know what? You take a limp dick approach to cheaters, and then you're gonna invite everybody to not only cheat, but also exploit your game. Congratulations. Fuck around and find out, idiots. 30, 60, 90-day ban, and then fucking journalists are like trying to act like, oh, Funcom's finally taking initiative against cheaters. The fuck they are. Stupid idiots. 30, 60, 90-day ban is not taking initiative against cheaters. It's taking initiative against the players. Man, it's crazy, Rob, because it genuinely seemed like a bit of some spaghetti code going on, and somebody pointed out in the Discord, and I laughed my ass off. They were like, these vibe coding sons of bitches, and I just laughed. I was like, it does seem like a bit of some, at least, spaghetti code with you fix one thing, you break 10 things. And also, what takes them so long to pump out updates? What takes them so long to take out the zipline inside of Stella Montis? That thing sat inside of Stella Montis for like 2 or 3 weeks. Are we being serious? Are we being serious? Deep Desert is gonna just be abandoned. Skull, no different. But you know what? I thought that last week as well, and we found one base, and it was the night before. It was a base on an aluminum island. And then we found Lance's racetrack, and we took his skull. So, you never know. You just never know running out here. And that's the beauty of Dune Awakening. That's why I like the base hunting and the base raiding, because you never know if you're gonna run into a carrier inside of the field mining with a buggy, or if you're gonna run into a hidden base with somebody defending it, or if you're gonna end up running into a group of people inside of a base that kick your teeth in. You just never know what you're gonna end up getting into, or if you're gonna find nothing at all. Sucks with Harmony is we have to search this deep desert 3 times over, which is fucking annoying, especially considering it's not all PvP. I can't wait. I really hope they bring this thing back to its glory of a full PvP, because I think you then will see people putting up like stash bases. It'll open up a new world for raiding for us and bring it back a little bit closer to its former glory. 3 instance Deep Desert sucks ass. But that's my guess when it comes to the next expansion, Skull, is that they're going to abandon the Deep Desert. They're going to leave it as abandonware, and it'll basically just kind of sit here in a weird stasis where you could come out here and farm tier 6 gear, but you're farming tier 6 0 grade gear, so why the fuck would you do that? And then you could come out here and farm titanium and stravidium, but if you're going to come out here and farm titanium and stravidium, why risk it inside of these PvP zones and go through all the extra hassle when you could just throw a buggy down in the A row and mine it out just the same? That leaves us with spice, and then you're kind of in a weird state where it's like, are you a big guild and you need to go do some actual vacuum runs? Like, okay, then you might be able to argue you'll have people out here farming spice, but the PvP's not facilitated in and around spice fields. It's my least favorite combat to get into in this game. It's kind of fun to go fly in and throw some rockets at the people and fly out and drag their scout ornithopters and mess with them for a bit. But at the end of the day, that's all just like very pointless combat, and I hate pointless PvP, man. I need a bit of risk, I need a bit of reward, and I need some like incentive. So yeah, the new expansion, the area is going to be fully PvE. They're going to abandon the Deep Desert. You'll come out here for spice, but by that time there will probably be another safer way to farm spice anyways. And arenas will be shifted into... Oh no, sorry. PvP will be shifted into arenas. An arena-based matchmaking type queue-in system with like, I don't know, cosmetic rewards on like a leagues-based format. It was all just speculation, though. New PvP, Trent? There's no new PvP, no. Chapter 3 had no PvP updates at all, no Deep Desert updates at all. Even less reason, as a matter of fact, for people to come out here and build a base in the Deep Desert nowadays. Even less reason. But because there's even less reason for people to do it, might make them feel a bit too comfortable. Oh my god, that's a base, isn't it? Are we hallucinating? It's not a base, it's a shadow. Damn. It might make them feel a bit too comfortable. Not only putting a base out here, but potentially bringing more than they should. Right? Bringing and or leaving more than they should. But yeah, realistically, there is no new PvP. We're probably going to be diving into Arc Raiders here in the next couple of hours. Because that game's falling apart. Arc's driving you to play Dune? That's hilarious, Eurism. Yeah, Arc's definitely hit a bit of a rough patch, man. And honestly, it has everything to do with these devs, dude. It really does. The devs are... they're slacking, man. Post New Year's, these devs are slacking. But they might have been slacking the whole time, because if it is true that the duplication glitch that was hitting the game yesterday has been out in the game the whole time, then there's always been like a level of incompetence. Nah, but it's better out here with two people. We're not even going to find a base. And if we do find one, it most definitely will not be honeycombed. Like I said, if somebody puts a base out here, they probably feel no risk of being raided. Which either means that they constantly take everything out of the base as they should, or they've got a little bit more in the base than they should. But realistically, what are they going to bring? Are these guys going to bring out a blueprint from, you know, one of the new labs? Are they going to bring out a grade 4 blueprint out here? No. So what could we even possibly stand to gain from a raid out here at the end of the day? Nothing. Nothing. But that's fine. It's for the fun. It's for the fun of the game at this point. Somebody has the balls to come put up a base on the old man's deep desert, not without getting it broken. What I don't understand, Eurism, is how that would turn into a Pharaoh having 72 shots and being able to rapid fire. Like, you tell me how that turns into a rapid fire Pharaoh. Also, we're talking levels of bug abuse here with the rapid fire Pharaoh that I think is really bordering the lines of needs to be punished. Like bug abuse that is past the appropriate level. Like, even with the grenade duplication glitch, if you were just fucking out there causing mayhem, throwing grenades at regular players infinitely, I mean, you probably should have deserved a ban hammer to come swing down at you. You know what I mean? That's like abusing it at a level where it's like, alright, you're fucking with other people's gameplay, which is just kind of jacked up. Kind of a dick move at the end of the day. But blowing up the matriarch with a bunch of grenades, I mean, who cares? And the same thing kind of goes with the ammo. You take your equalizer out there, and then you're all of a sudden, you know, using infinite equalizer on the matriarch, whatever. You're taking a Pharaoh out there and rapid firing a lobby? Okay. Okay. You might not need, like, third-party software to do it, but you're doing what third-party software would do, which is fucked. Quick actions seem to max stats of guns and stackable items, and dragging items and dropping them or holding the item so it's in use seems to activate some sort of duplication or max health on drop. That's the part that makes no sense. It repairs and causes rapid fire. What? The Pharaoh full-on gains a magazine, and there's no slot for that. Oh, no fucking way, bro. So it's like throwing... I wonder if... So does it make this... Does it immediately put the golden... Or the effect of the golden stock on the Stitcher? 100... It's... Fuck, if you could have 72 rounds of the Pharaoh, 100 in the Bobcat seems normal. Yeah, we definitely... If we do jump into our graders, we definitely ain't going out there to PvP. Bro, that's the type of shit that's just toxic as fuck, dude. Same with the grenade spam. That would have pissed me off last night. That's why we did a bunch of the bosses. Bro, that's crazy. Do we know if, like, if you do that with the Stitcher, does it give the effect of the gold stock on it? And for some reason, something in the UI is just, well, you didn't get banned for the duping, and nobody got banned for the duping. I heard some people on the Discord, but there was never any proof given. Almost like when in Dune Awakening the repair glitch was going on, and that one guy came in and said that his buddy in his guild got banned, but his buddy in his guild used the repair glitch for everybody in the guild, whereas then seemingly nobody else got banned. So it's like, did that guy really catch a ban? I don't know. Bro, I'm gonna pull the Discord up, because if this is just now hitting the public jurism, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, he's probably melting down over there, bro. Somebody says, time to abuse the infinite bullet glitch hard. Bluegate, here I come. Somebody immediately replies and says they fixed that one yesterday. The guy immediately shoots back. There's a new one, buddy, because there most definitely is. Berletta was 68 rounds. Holy shit. You know what's fucked up about this one? We're not gonna be able to enact justice easily on any of these fuckers abusing it. They're gonna turn around and pump 72 rounds of a Pharaoh into our body. And I heard that, Eurism, but I haven't seen any evidence or anybody talking about the new duplication glitch in mass. And from what I understand, it's a little bit more involved. F4, F6, G4, and G6. At this point in time, Chuji, like, if some weirdo's out here in the deep desert putting a base down, I doubt they're doing it at the fucking main island. Like, that last base we found was at the aluminum island, which just... that doesn't even make sense. You completed the new event in 2 raids? I don't even know what you're supposed to do in the new event. Is the official subreddit run by the developers? Bro, I don't... I barely dive into whatever the hell Discord is. I definitely am out of my league when it comes to Reddit. Oh, it's not actually run by Embark? I don't think Embark has any ill will against Peanut. I think if they did, they would have used the duplication exposure as a reason to ban him. They would have been valid in doing so, I think, as well, because, I don't know, exposing the how-to to X amount of people is, like, almost certainly some form of TOS break. Alright, Chuji, I'm gonna go to another instance. It's almost certainly some form of TOS break. Problem is, though, Peanut's fucking massive, so you ban Peanut and then all of a sudden you lose out on 45,000 viewers and people interested in watching your game, and that's just like on the concurrent, like, dear God, how many does that actually transition to? That's almost like a boat that you don't rock, especially over something as small as a duplication glitch that was Embark's fuck up. I think you're right in saying you could argue that he was bringing exposure to the problem. I think the problem would have got solved even if he didn't bring exposure to it. I also think the problem would have... What the fuck is that, Chuji? Hold up, Chuji. We got a bogey. I also think that the problem would have... oh my god, he's mining. Oh my god, he's in the safe zone. I hate this game. I actually hate this shit. Never mind. Some pussies hanging around in the safe zone. Peanut wasn't the one who spread it. No, he wasn't. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty positive if you watch last night's stream, he gets attacked by some people who then fucking show it off to him, and he clearly has seen it before because he's fucking got his finger on the pulse of the game, so it's not like he's stupid. He knew what they were doing. But at that point in time, everybody was fucking using and abusing the tech, so especially if you're somebody like Peanut who's that big and getting stream sniped in the way that they do, could you imagine? Like, PvP must have already been shit yesterday, but imagine getting stream sniped with people running infinite grenades. Like, that has got to be and had to have been like the absolute worst. So at that point in time, it's like you have to fight fire with fire. I think they wouldn't do it for either of it. Chuji, not Spice, not Orb. You can get the ore in the A zone. And there's 3 instances, so there's no competition. Yeah. I think yesterday would have been yesterday, regardless of if Mr. Nut did anything with it. Same thing with today. Oh, and what I was saying though is, like, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, he needs to be banned, and I just think such a stretch, bro, such a reach. Even the PvP encounters that he got into it with typically was involving other people who were fucking duping in the first place, so it's like, what are we really even talking about? Now, today, with this infinite, if Tifu and Peanut and Cloaksy and all these guys are running around with 68 round magazine Berlettas and just fucking blitzing through lobbies, okay, alright. We've passed levels of, haha funny, and reached levels of, like, what are we fucking doing here? What are we doing here? But I don't think any of those guys are stupid enough to do that, which is why yesterday was a no big deal. If you sit at the base on an island all day and fill a carrier cargo container, it's probably worth it. He's doing it right now? No shot, bro. Oh. Discord's fucking flipping about it. They're saying, you know what's funny is somebody in the Discord probably another, like, really logical take coming out of Discord, which you don't see very often. They say Peanut's about to do the ammo glitch. It should be fixed by the morning. Which is fucking funny. But again, we're at a point, Eurism, where we've been talking for 15 minutes about this because it was already spreading all over our graders. It was already spreading. Eurism's already on his way back to Dune. My man. Gal, good evening, good evening. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Well, and that's why you'll see these forward operating bases out here. Problem is, I don't know what instance I was just on. I'm going to assume 1 because it says that you're in 3, but I don't know if that UI is actually functioning. That's why you see forward operating bases, because guilds treat it as a mission. They go in, they farm for 2-3 hours whenever they, to their heart's content, they leave. And that's why when we raid forward operating bases, they're empty. The forward operating bases would function a little bit differently if the deep desert was expanded. I think you'd almost have like a midway base in certain circumstances, especially for the big guilds. I tell you what, Eurism, I'd imagine that the matriarch and the queen are going to be getting taken down mighty easy again all night. Bro, people are still duplicating ziplines somehow. I don't know how the dupe is being performed anymore, Eurism, but from what I understand, it's a bit more involved and a little bit less game breaking, but people are still saying they're having performance issues because people are dumping ziplines on Stella. 3rd slot, same tech. No way. Shut the fuck up, dude. No way. So it's like they fixed slot 1 and 2, but slot 3 works just like it did yesterday. Shut the fuck up. So now all you need is the survivor or the healing. There wasn't network manipulation involved last night. There's no way there was network manipulation involved last night with how fast people were doing it. It was all dragging items last night as well. 3rd slot, though. Is that what you're saying? The 3rd slot of the safe pocket? No way. The 3rd slot of the backpack, so it only works on a specific slot of the backpack. The 3rd slot of the quick use can be duplicated. Oh my god. God, bro. Oh my god. Okay, so is it not spaghetti code then? And is it like mega compartmentalized to where each and every quick slot, each and every quick use slot has its own like batch of code that needed to be updated? What the fuck? I'm like struggling to even understand exactly how updating A could mess up B, C, and D. Or if B, C, and D were always in the game, because A was always in the game prior to yesterday as well. There's a vendor in the Landsrad room that sells a ton of swatches. Ooh, he's got the fancy swatches, the ones that we used to have to work for. Well, then the spaghetti's not stringing through the third quick use slot. That's so crazy, bro. That's so crazy. And then how are people making their guns mega powerful? How are they adding the magazine to their gun? I don't understand. It's just dragging it around? Ah, it's wild. Man, if you'd have told me that Embark was gonna like drop the ball with some pretty massive game-breaking bugs back to back, I'd have said no way. They seem a little bit more competent than that. Question is, how long does it take them to patch? Because we ended the stream at, I believe, right around 4 a.m. yesterday. And yesterday it was like right around 6:30, so it was like another 2.5 or 3 hours that the duplication glitch was live. Somebody pointed out in the Discord that this clearly proves that Embark's not capable of running a live service game. I think that's a bit of a stretch because they already do run, you know, the finals, but they're slow, dude. They're slow with the finals. They're slow to fix the game. They were slow to address massive meta problem, massive problems in the game. Why do I have a tread wheel out here? How are they? I don't understand what they're doing to the weapons to repair them, but that is nasty. I think what's nasty about it is the magazine size that it gives them. It's definitely going to be another one of those nights where it's like, don't go out in PvP with anything that you care about, because the chances are you're going to lose it to some bullshit. That's why last night we didn't go out in PvP. And as a matter of fact, if we do dive into Arc Raiders, which I'm a bit skeptical on, I don't even know if I want to go stick my hat in the ring of what's going on over there. Like, it might be fun to knock out some Matriarch, but fucking hell, we're going to be dealing with people running 70-round magazines on their Pharaoh. I was reading the Discord earlier, and I think somebody brought up a good point. They were like, I just can't help but feel disheartened with the big duplication glitch that hit yesterday. And I feel like that's, you know, it's fair, but it's also a weird mindset to have when it comes to a game that has no in-game trading shop. It has no auction house. Your raid value is just basically your own. So if somebody cheesed out their raid value, it's like, okay, they just kind of cheesed themselves out, didn't they? Doesn't affect you. It turns a bolt action into a machine gun? Not quite, but it turns a one-shot bolt action into a 70-shot semi-automatic sniper rifle. I mean, like, fuck, putting the compensator and or, like, the stable stock on the Pharaoh, if you're doing the 70 round, might actually be some good attachments to throw on that thing. Yeah, 70 clip, 70 round automatic sniper rifle, indeed. Dirty, dirty. And that's what I was saying, man. So it's like, last night, if we saw somebody duping grenades, we could use our gun to shoot at them. And yeah, they could throw 100 grenades at us, but we play it right, we'll probably be able to take them out with the gun before they do that.
Sector weather alert. A large
This is a
sandstorm
different
approaching.
story. We have somebody shooting a pharaoh 70 times at the matriarch. We go to go take vengeance. We better take him out before he comes and shoots up 70 rounds into us. Boy, it would just be so perfect if a base would just spawn. Show up, base! Yeah, it just makes me wonder, Yurzum, if it's been in the game for a while, or if it's new, or what. My God, yet another unmined island. No, man, I don't care. I've been monitoring the Arc Raiders chat all night because I even said at the beginning of the stream, Yurizum, that it might end up being a no way F4. Go go go! I'm pushing with the quickness.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You're fucked, F4. I'm coming for your ass. Wait, why did it not ping? Now, like I was saying earlier, Yurizum, is we're probably going to be doing a split stream and diving into Arc Raiders because I heard Scuttlebutt in the Discord prior to going live that there was a repair glitch, and then I heard people talking about an infinite ammo glitch as well. I didn't realize it was going to turn a Pharaoh into a 70-shot weapon. Like, that's a little bit more fucking game-breaking than infinite ammo. You know, I'm thinking infinite ammo, okay, you can run an equalizer infinitely, big deal, whatever. And that'll kind of fuck you if you're running into, like, Torrente people. You probably see a lot of Torrentes out on, Stella Montis tonight and what have you.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
But nah,
is
flat out
approaching.
expanding the magazine, and then even potentially, I'm curious, like, have you checked to see if on the Stitcher it makes it to where it rapid fires as if it has the golden stock on it? Because it might be a bug to where it's like putting every single attachment onto these weapons. So it's fucking got the Comp 3 on it. It's got the extended light mag. It's got the extended medium mag. Or it's got the extended light mag 3, 2, 1. It's got the Comp 3, 2, 1. Basically making these weapons fucking laser
Sector weather
beams.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's not a matter of duping the mod, it's duping the effect of the mod. Because that's what it seems like it's doing. It seems like it's putting all of the magazines on the weapon at one single time.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, fuck. Oh, we got this, we got this, we got this. I hereby deem this forward operating base toast. No longer shall they be getting any ores from this island. Not with this base. Let's see if there's any stuff below. That's just a foundation.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Get wrecked, base! You'll rue the day that you based up here inside of my deep desert bunks. Alright, Juju, we gotta get the hell out of here. I don't think we're going to be able to outrun this storm, actually. I'm going to have to hunker down. Hunker down! The way dupes are happening has something to do with the backpack and rapidly dragging items, confusing the code or something. And see, we're back to Unreal Engine just having too much client-based verification or client-based whatever it's called. How are people turning this sniper rifle into 70 shots? Is it like a multi-step process to turn one sniper rifle into 70 shots? How long does it last? Does that sniper rifle just always have 70 shots? If you die with it, is the person that picks it up off of you gonna have 70 shots? If you do it in the practice range and go back out to the lobby, is it gonna have 70 shots? Like, how does it happen? Oh my god, you can pick it up for real? That's bad. I'm gonna basically follow this storm, Chuji. On, we got a hull cracker with 100 rounds. We have a Pharaoh with 70 rounds. We have basically an unlimited magazine equalizer. Arc's burning down right now. And on top of all that, there's the other. It's not even just that. It's not even just that. What's the other one? Oh, the fucking dupe is still active. The dupe is still active, basically in the same exact form that it was active in yesterday. None of this requires any form of lag switching or network. It all has to do with the UI that I almost called them Funcom again, that Embark has implemented over there in Arc Raiders. Has everything to do with the UI and the fact that the game is in Unreal Engine, and for some reason Unreal Engine games, I guess, are forced to run with an unusual amount of client-side verification, a client-side trust. I don't know what it's called. That has everything to do with it, and the same thing with Dune Awakening. You remember day one, Dune Awakening, people had unlimited water when the fucking old man was scrounging around for water, harvesting it from the dew flowers? Do you want to know how they got unlimited water? They were just pulling it out of the, the death still. It just could unlimitedly come out of the death still for like 2 fucking weeks. It was at least a week. Unlimited water from the death still. You just keep extracting it. That's like a client-side verification shit. UG found a base! I forgot how to fly for a second, but I'm coming. The gun glitch does fix your broken gun. That's how I heard about it at first, as it was a repair glitch. And then people were talking about an unlimited magazine. It's a dead base now. Oh, it's another one of these guys' base. Beautiful. That's 2 bases down in 1 storm. Fuck those guys. That'll teach them. It was the same exact as the other base. Exactly the same as the other one. You're just tired of getting shot in the back, and then they act as if they're good at PvP. Jux drives me nuts too when the same thing will happen when the old man shoves his nose into a group of like 3 friendly players who are all fingering each other's assholes. And then inevitably, you know, the numbers end up taking care of the old man, and they just think they're so hot shit. They think they're just the hottest shit. And I'm like, it's the same thing in Dune Awakening, man, where it's like, okay, you had 15 people versus our 4. And I used to make this argument in Dune Awakening. I'm like, how many players and how many numbers until you like take the fun out of the game with how many people you're using? You know what I'm saying? The glitch reminds you of Oblivion Health portion dupe glitch from 2008. God, I never played Oblivion. My buddy had Oblivion on his Xbox, and I watched him play, and I was like, so this is like a bit of like a 3-dimensional RuneScape? Cool. And I didn't have an Xbox at the time, so I never played it. I just went back home and played some RuneScape. Yeah, Eurism, you know what? I tell ya. I'm not one for typically, you know... I'm definitely not going to be somebody who posts a video breaking down how to do a glitch, but, like, breaking down covering the fact that the glitch happened and affected the game. I saw a lot of Arc Raiders videos come out about that yesterday, and I was like, I guess we could have put something like that together, considering we were in the thick of it all night long. But, you know. You know. Sometimes with that type of content, it just sucks because it's like you'll put in a decent bit of effort and get no views on it. It's kind of like, you gotta make that choice. Are you wanting to put in the effort to run the risk of getting any sort of like actual return? The server doesn't know what's going on, so it all of a sudden puts 70 rounds onto your Pharaoh. Like, that seems like a stretch. Also, how hard of a process is it to pull off? Because if it's like something that takes 10 minutes to get your Pharaoh up to a 70 round magazine, I mean, is it really that game breaking? Now, if you're saying that the duplicate, if the dupe glitch is still working, and people are still able to just flat out dupe their grenades and ducks and shit, my god.
Hello, everybody.
Is this you? Is this you or is this his video? Okay, hold on, I'll watch that in a second. It's his video? Gotcha. Well, at least we knocked a couple dirty bases down. Alright, let's see what this dirty dog is up to over here. Let me turn captions on and speed this bitch up. Oh. Oh my god, bro. You know that's been in the game since day one. Dude, and to think the game was just so broken just from like drop and swap and drop and grab. I didn't quite see how the repair glitch portion of that works, but I caught the gist of it. All he's fucking doing is dropping and grabbing the weapon. It just seems, like you said, to be confusing the server, and now all of a sudden there's a 72 round Venator. Get out, bro. Get out. It wasn't a silent fix. They posted about it on their Discord. A hot fix, though, I'd imagine. Dude, I just killed 9 people all in one clip of the volcano. Oh my god. Oh my god. You tell him no base is safe any longer. Expect him to be taken down at least every other day. At least every other day for the time being. Yes, indeed, we are back. The base has been raided. We're already causing a scuttlebutt. He's hitting up Chuji like, why? And he's doing that because there was absolutely nothing in the base, no reason to do it. That's why. You think you could put up ugly monstrosities across my beautiful sands? Not when the eldest is around. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you that right now. Texas is still down, Con. Damn. Damn. Well, you could go get shot at 72 times in Arc Raiders with the Pharaoh. Or with the Venator. 72 rounds of a Venator. I'm gonna go swing through instance number 2, Chuji, round this out. Make sure there's no stragglers hanging around with their dirty, dirty bases. Regards, good evening, my friend. Good evening. I hope you're doing fantastic. Dune's doing the Dune thing, you know what I mean? We managed to knock down a couple of bases, just forward operating bases with nothing in them per usual, but bases knocked down nonetheless. We might dive in and go do some more grinding of the, whatchamahoots, the specializations here in a little bit. Maybe knock out a few more of those. Perhaps we'll go in and jump into Arc Raiders, see the insanity that's going down over there, because it is fucking hitting the fan. And you guys, you want to know what's crazy? Norway or Sweden or wherever these guys are from, and now I heard this on Discord, so take it with a grain of salt as to whether or not it's true, but apparently they have very strict, like, working laws. So I wouldn't expect to see these guys inside of the office pumping out a hot fix for this until, like, again, like, between 3 and 6 o'clock in the morning, which means that's another, like, possible 7 hours that people are going to be running around inside of Arc Raiders with 72 round Pharaohs or fucking 72 round Venators or... And if the duplication glitch is still working, cooked, bro. Grenades are probably still going off like crazy. They're still on their mandatory Christmas break. It's Valentine's break at this point in time. You're right. You're right. They'll be back in office right around, I want to say, November, right after Thanksgiving, is when they'll be back in office, and then they go back on the next year's Christmas break, of course. So, yeah. Eurism, I tend to agree with you at this point. However, again, it's like another one of those things where it's like, this is Embark's fault. This is Embark and their shitty code's fault. Like, this is on them. People are not lag switching. People are not dropping their Wi-Fi to make this happen. It's entirely because Embark is fucked up and is the reason that this is happening. Which makes it a bug. It doesn't make it cheating, it makes it a bug. And when you abuse a bug, it becomes bug abuse. But like we were talking about yesterday, there's levels of bug abuse. Is it the bug abuse level where you take a 72 round Pharaoh out and you fucking blitz into the Matriarch? That's funny, dude. That's funny. You're not affecting anybody's gameplay. You're not doing anything. Is it the second tier of the abuse here would potentially be like going out into a lobby and repairing all of your weapons just to get them up to full repair. That might be the first version, and then the second. And then the third, the worst, would be like the worst form of this bug abuse would be like if you're taking a 72 round Volcano out into the lobby or a 72 round Venator and you're just causing mayhem to other players. At that level of bug abuse, I would say yes, that needs to be punished. Somebody who takes a 72 round Pharaoh out and shoots at the Matriarch over a problem that is entirely Embark's fault, I don't know. You're kind of like walking a gray line where it's like, would they be well within their rights to punish? Yeah, they would. From the post from them, you saw they were only going to punish the worst abusers of the duplication glitch, and that's what I was saying yesterday. And the worst abusers are going to get hit with 30-day bans. And at that point in time, it's like, doesn't do anything anyways, because the worst abusers that get 30-day bans are probably going to entirely get those bans based off of stash value. Like, I highly doubt they're going to punish people or we're tracking, like, I mean, I suppose if you got, like, let's say you got, like, 100 C4 kills last night, they might be like, alright, this fucker was duplicating C4. But, like, can they prove it? I don't know. But they can for certain prove if you went from 300,000 to 30 million in stash last night that you were duplicating. So those will be the ones that get punished. And those guys bug abusing, again, were only affecting themselves. There's no in-game economy that they were affecting. However, the people who were throwing C4 constantly at other players, those guys were affecting other people and probably won't catch a ban. And see, and here we go, the level of the 72 round Pharaoh can be picked up, and now we're like, again, this is like Embark's fault. And what the fuck are you supposed to do with a 72 round Pharaoh? Just, I mean, obviously, dude, you would be like, this obviously ain't right, and you should set it down. But, like, honestly, if we're being realistic, if any real person picks up a 72 round Pharaoh, they're probably gonna go ham with that shit. I know I probably would. Especially if I wasn't live. If I wasn't live, I'd probably be like, let's fucking go. You know what I mean? With the 72 round Pharaoh that we picked up. Live, might be like, alright. God forbid we end up catching a ban on one of the platforms that we stream on because of breaking TOS on a game or some shit like that. You know what I mean? All night last night, there was people popping into the Discord like, why'd I just get blown up by 100 C4 grenades? Like, they were confused. And a lot of people looted the duck dupers. So, like, let's say last night I didn't duplicate anything, but I managed to pull up 30 million gold worth of other people's duplicated ducks. Like, do I get fucked then? Because there was a lot of people who were just throwing ducks last night. So, like, let's say I went in and kept walking out with full stacks of other people's duplicated ducks. I mean, guilt by association, sure, but I would definitely argue that no ban should be warranted at that point in time. Especially, again, considering this is Embark's fault. If people were having to lag switch or go through any sort of like weird method, that's why I wanted to know what the method was that the people were using to repair their weapons and get it up so high. And it's a stupid easy method. It's a stupid easy method, which makes it even more so Embark's fault. And what's crazy, Eurism, is holy shit, wait until hackers pick up on this. Motherfucking hackers are gonna be running around with 72 round Venators. That's not what you said, but seeing hacking in that is just like, my god. Can you still raid bases? Hell yeah, you can. We've already taken down 2 tonight. They dare build in the PvP zone of the old man's deep desert. There may have been a bit of a break where the deep desert was safe from the old man's base raiding, but no longer are these bases going to be allowed to stand for at least every other day. We're going to come out here and make sure to knock them down. And my god, with the way Arc Raiders is progressing, it may turn into every day while we wait out some new content and some actual substantial bug fixes. You know what's irritating with last night's patch? 0 balance changes. As a matter of fact, there was a balance change with the Trailblazer grenades that nobody asked for. There's yet to be a Stitcher nerf. I would argue the Venator still needs to be nerfed. They've done nothing with the purple weapons. They did nothing inside of last night's update, including fix the duplication glitch until like 2.5 hours later, where they put a band-aid fix on it. And as we know with band-aid fixes, those are easily ripped off, and very much so. It was only like 20 minutes after the band-aid fix got ripped off that there is another duplication glitch in the game, and now also the weapons glitch in the game. Needless to say, things are getting wild over there. Carrier Ornithopter? He's mining? No way. Let's ruin his day. I'm 4,000 meters out. Honestly, I think the Trailblazer grenade, I didn't read that as a nerf. Bro, the fact that that would damage you through walls was bullshit. There was multiple times that people would... well, if we both lasgun, we should be able to chassis pop that bitch. There's multiple times people would... or I would throw a Trailblazer grenade and the tail end of it would hit me through a wall. That's bullshit, man. The ones above Ero? What about the ones in PvE? No, you can't raid the ones in PvE. Those ones are safe. Those ones are safe for now. No, those ones are safe. Unless there's another D6 debacle, of course. He flew off, that's fine. Flying south, I presume. Yeah, the Pattina's useless. I think the Volcano's useless. All of the purple weapons are useless. You considered getting this game? Do you recommend this game to play? Depends on kind of what you're after, old man. Depends on kind of what you're after. If you're after an insane PvP experience, well, you're kind of looking at the PvP experience right now. We would have to hunt down any sort of people unless we did organized PvP, which is not my forte, not the fun. It's community organized PvP as well. It's not even like an arena based. If you're looking for PvE, they've recently updated the PvE endgame, and there is now a bit more of an endgame PvE loop that I would say is worth getting into. And then finally, if you're looking for just a survival game with a solid progression system, Dune Awakening's progression system is, in my opinion, the best aspect of this game. Moving from the start all the way down to finally flying is crazy good. What's this guy's plan? Oh, the base in the safe zone. Oh, buddy. Can't wait until these fuckers can't just fly right to the E-row, huh? I don't think they're ever gonna revert the deep desert, to be honest. I don't think the deep desert will ever return to the glory of what it was. He's leaving again? Okay. I'm hanging. I'm in the area. Maybe he got in. Maybe he didn't get spooked by you. Maybe he forgot about something. So it's a good open world RPG looter shooter? No. No. Looter shooter? No. When I hear looter shooter, I think of Borderlands, which is nothing like this. It is basically a multiplayer survival game. Open world is a decent way to look at it. MMO, I think, is a stretch. But with the new end game, like, maybe a bit closer to, like, MMO, but it's still, at the end of the day, like, just an open world multiplayer survival game. Okay, I don't want to spook him. I see him. Thought that was you. I see you above him now. Surprised he's not spooked by you way above him. Is he fucking blind? Okay, I'm gonna swoop out of render distance here for a second before I swoop back in. Kind of looks like he is going into land. That, if I'm not mistaken, is E6. That's another safe island. He's still at another safe island. This motherfucker's just flying around with his carrier into the safe zone. Oh, there's a base right here. Oh, there's two bases right here. Three bases right here. Holy shit. We've hit the mother lode. Pick it up, old man. Fucking grab it, dipshit. First one's shielded and looks empty. Okay, that was a beautiful grapple. I've always had a hard time landing on people if you're talking about jumping out of your ornithopter. I don't know how far off we are from a storm. Should be like within, you know, the next fucking 30 minutes, I'd imagine. Whether or not it hits this island, that's another story. All three of these look empty. That one that's fully closed off is a bit up in the air. Empty or not, they have no place inside of my deep desert. This one, as a matter of fact, I believe can be rated post-haste. Perhaps not. Nope, it does have a shield. Why would somebody build a base in PvP, and how can you raid them like that? Why would they build it in PvP? Question one. They wouldn't. They shouldn't. Very dumb reason. What you're looking at right here, right now, is 3 forward operating bases. Basically, guilds will use this almost as like a mission-style format where they'll come here for, let's say, 2 hours, bring out a buggy or two, buggy mine the island for a couple hours, and then take a carrier and move the carrier down with all of the titanium. The same with that one. That's a buggy. I don't know what that is. That's like a solo person mining, but still, I'm assuming using it for the same function, which is just as a forward operating base. None of these are going to have anything in them because they're used in the mission style format, meaning that they're emptied when they leave. So unfortunately, base raiding inside of this game has devolved to a point where there's no more bases in the deep desert that could even potentially hold anything for us. Whereas in previously, the whole deep desert was PvP. So people would build out here to cut the travel time in half. And yes, they'd still be forward operating bases, but they'd spend more time in them. They'd spend more time and they would... Oh, it's Chuji flying. And they would do a bit more. Nowadays, it's just cooked. And how can we raid them? So we can only raid these guys if their shield is down. So if any of these bases didn't have power to their shield, we could raid it. Also, when the storm sweeps through the deep desert, it shuts off power to these bases, meaning we have 6 minutes to raid these bases while there's powers down. So we have 6 minutes to go find the sub-thief and break it, or find a generator, enough generators to break the power. Before we left Harmony, there was a bit of a meta going on with people honeycombing massive bases out here to lock down specific, to help themselves lock down specific schematics. But that doesn't happen anymore because there's no reason. There's no reason. Especially now with the new update. There's definitely no reason to farm the blueprints or the schematics from out here. So all you would come out here for is these ores. Or spice. But it's rare that you'll find a spice base. Typically they'll just bring out the sand crawler and do it all in one run. Crawl, bail. Now, if they couldn't just bail to the E zone and they had to go all the way to the A zone, they probably would crawl, push out to like the F zone, dump it off at their F zone base, and have guild members take it down to the A zone. So there used to be a bit more of a process, whereas now the E zone keeps everybody safe. Unless, of course, there's a D6 debacle. Then things get interesting. Alright, well now that we've sat here for a little bit, let's go back out to G6. Actually, they weren't on G6, were they? He was gonna mine over here. Why does it say carrier right there? Where was he gonna mine? Like F4? It's definitely turned into the Cupcake Desert, for sure. To be fair, they didn't have PvP properly risk versus rewarded or incentivized or even properly facilitated in any way, shape, or form. So, was the Deep Desert PvP ever really in a good state? No. The base raiding was, like, and that's what we like to do. I like to base raid and or run into random people out here doing random things and harass them. And or be harassed, like, because typically, like, on Dugap, our previous server, we would, like, fly around solo and end up harassing guilds, turning it into a 3v1 and run that for a little while, till we either end up dying or having to run or whatever. Fuji, I'm telling you, they've gotten too comfortable out here, and no longer shall the comfort reign. For the old men and the raiders of their bases is back. Well, they pulled off of mining this island. Joey, my man, is the only way to raid PvE bases now to let the storms destroy the sub-thief? Anyone know? Yes, indeed. The sub-thief or any of the containers inside. When the container actually breaks, the stuff drops on the ground. Yep. Yeah, he's not there. I'm gonna go check G6, though, in case they, like, swooped around and decided to go hit up G6. Joey, you and a lot of people, Wars would probably be immediately back into this game if you could get back to the NPC base rating. I thought it was fine as long as the bases were powered down and clearly abandoned, you know what I mean? If somebody let their power drop, that's on them. It is not hard to keep your power on in this game for extended periods of time. But yeah, currently if you want something out of somebody's base inside of the Haga Basin, you gotta wait for the storm. And not only that, you gotta wait for the storm to break the entire thing down, which still takes forever and a day. Oh my, we have another base. A graceful dive. There's still a buggy in this bitch. So the decay only happens. They did take the cutter ray off of it. The decay only happens. Trying to think. The decay only happens if the storm actually physically hits it, and there are some bases on the Haga Basin that get hit by the storm less often than other parts, and there are some parts where I think you can avoid getting hit by the storm entirely. So it's possible they're just in a spot that's just barely getting hit by the storm, so it feels like the decay is slow, because it is slow. It's a very, very poorly designed system in order to remove abandoned bases. The reason you want to remove abandoned bases is to fix the Haga Basin server problems. It was a mediocre landing at the bare minimum. No bases F4 or G4? Yeah, F6 and G6. The carrier ornithopter seems to have given up entirely. We should be, like, getting closer and closer to a storm. I didn't time the storm on the last server, but we should be getting closer and closer to one. I'm going to peep up on this top right-hand corner here, because I'd imagine there's a big spice blow over here somewhere, which might mean a spice forward operating base is out here. Yeah, what do you mean they used taxes instead? Because taxes wouldn't delete a base either, would they? It wouldn't just flat out delete your base. Chuji, you never could lose anything. Oh, I suppose you could lose your ornithopter. Now you can't even lose that. They made it even easier. Even less punishing. Yeah. Dumb. Unfortunately, there's just no damn reason for people to build out here. If you got like twice the amount of resources from processing in the deep desert, fuck, it'd be so good. Yeah, Trent, we can only hope with the rebalance of PvP, if that ever comes, the rework, that they do manage to actually properly balance risk versus reward and incentive, because that's the most important thing. And I'm right there with you. I'm used to the RuneScape PvP, so I need something similar that at least gets close to that level of risk versus reward. Otherwise I might as well be playing Call of Duty and just die, respawn, die, respawn, die, respawn. And you know, taking all these extra steps just to get into PvP for no reason, and Dune kind of sucks. Your guild tried to farm some spice earlier with your crawler. There's about 10 of us, and we had a whole operation. Oh, no. The scout rider with the las gun. That's so dirty, Jack. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. That is a dirty strategy, in my opinion. Oh, man, that is rough. what's dirty about it is it's a meta strategy. It's kind of buggy, and it's like very, very, very hard, if not impossible, to actually legitimately counter. That's Jack. Yeah, you can just recover the vehicles now. True. You know what's wild about Thumpers 2G? On the Do-Gap server I was on, Thumpers were way more prevalent than in Harmony. Bro, you had to watch out on the Do-Gap server because you would get your ass thumpered if they even caught you in a fucking position to be thumpered at all. And yeah, Jack, I mean, if they were like, if they managed to jump on top of you with their las gun, you know what I mean? Like, at that point in time, you could, like, roll them off, you could, like, potentially do this, do that. But, you know, these people surfing the scouts and then just flying under the, carrier and blowing the thing up, that's fucked, bro. Oh yeah, you're right. When the all of the blueprints came onto the deep desert, actually even before then too, when the Regis sniper rifle was inside of the safe zone, you're right. People would shove your ass off. That's when Harmony was just more so mad at the fucking game and at the fact that people were getting Regis snipers so easily. Nerf durability loss or buff durability, however you want to look at it, but yeah, that's another way that they're removing what is now the only risk in the game. The only risk that you have currently is durability, which is completely negated by the repair glitch, which has been in the game since day one, just in different forms, albeit. Point being, durability is the only risk inside of the game, and they're getting rid of some of that. Now, being a PvP fan and not a fan of how the risk and reward works in this game as is, I could look at that and be super cynical and say, oh, here they go, they're fucking buffing the PvE players again and taking even more risk out of the game. But my hope with this is that they're not taking more risk out of the game, but as a matter of fact, this is the first step towards shifting where the risk comes from. Because I think durability being the risk in the first place is stupid, even without a repair glitch. It's not risk. It's not any sort of risk that rewards the person attacking you either. This was always the argument I made. These guys, the only PvP that they incentivized was griefing. Was when a PvP player attacks a farmer. And I do consider that griefing because the farmer's not typically geared up or even like in the mood to PvP. It's like if you're in RuneScape, Trent, and you go out and you kill somebody farming Ents and fucking magic logs or some shit, or at the dark crabs inside of the training arena or whatever the fuck that place is called. Like, that's non-consensual PvP, borderline griefing. But in RuneScape, if two PvP players attack each other and one of them wins, the one who wins is going to get the majority of the other one's gear. That's real risk, real reward, and real incentive. They've never had anything close to that, and I'm hoping that this shift from durability is just step one in their possible rebalancing of where the risk comes from. I don't think it needs to necessarily be item loss, but it's got to be something. Somebody speculated, Joy, that them coming out with this durability fix might be because they fixed the repair glitch. I doubt it. We can only hope that they're rebalancing where the risk is actually at. That would be huge. I don't know what I want it to be. I don't necessarily want it to be gear loss, because gear loss can be a bit substantial. You know what I mean? Especially now that we're talking, like, different grades of gear. But it's got to be something. It's got to be something. Funcom did the PvP so good in Conan. This sounds like such a turnoff as a new player. So, unfortunately, Trash, I've got no experience inside of Conan at all. I don't know how the PvP works there. I don't know if... I don't know what the risk and reward is there. Durability is making people quit the game who repeatedly fail in the labs. 98% don't use the new repair glitch. That's weird to hear that 98% don't use it, considering so many people used the last one. Why is there only one base on this island? Is this a new base? Did I find a new base? Was this not the island with 3 bases on it? What happened? Or was that F6? On your server, no one's building in the PvP zone. We have this. These will be, if we manage to get all of these bases raided in the next storm, it'll be 6 bases raided on the night, none of which have anything in them, of course, but that's never been the point. Must have been F6. They're not going to ban anybody for it, Jack. I hate to tell you. I hate to tell you. Oh, God. Ow. God. And that's why I'm saying they're not going to ban people. It's the same thing why in Arc Raiders they're not going to ban people who abused the dupe glitch, because fucking too large of a portion of the player base used it. They would have to literally ban off, I would at least say 85% of the player base in Harmony. Now, with the new one, you know, maybe they are taking a harder stance with the new one compared to the old one, but I doubt it, bro. These companies are all the same. They don't give a fuck. None of them will get banned, Fred. I've heard of one singular case of somebody getting banned for using the repair glitch, and I can't even confirm this was true. This was with the original repair glitch, and basically the way the guy explained it was he said he had one person in his guild basically do the repairing for the entire guild. So there was one guy repairing an entire guild's worth of shit, and that guy caught a ban. And Funcom knows that it's practically a feature at this point in time, which is, again, probably why they're addressing the durability. And somebody brought up, and they might be right, maybe they fixed the durability, or they fixed the repair glitch. If you guys remember, last time they fixed the repair glitch, PvP died overnight on Harmony, and people in Harmony were fucking pissed, bro. They were not happy. Who got banned for cheating? You have Conan, and you started when you were instantly dropped tons of loot and logged off. Never played again. I see. I never played Conan. I don't know how the PvP works. Is it full loot? Oh, the guy in the guild who did all of the duping. Yeah. I'd be more likely to believe that. Honestly, I'd be more likely to believe that. Because again, like, with certain cases like the repair glitch, you gotta assume that Funcom would have some way to track this information. Like, whereas in previously it was destroy the item under the chest, pick up the shit, log out, log back in. I mean, Funcom would have to have trackers on, like, gear and shit, and then be able to know when the gear was repaired or not via the actual machine. They're not tracking that fucking information. You know what I mean? They're not retaining that information, so what's the word for it? Diagnosing, I'm gonna call it. Diagnosing who did it, I think would be practically impossible. And that's kind of what we're talking about with Arc Raider's gun exploit that's going on tonight. I mean, little Timmy Two Thumbs kills somebody who has a Pharaoh with 72 rounds in it, and Timmy Two Thumbs picks it up and just starts firing it off. I mean, who catches the ban? Well, at that point in time, if the waters get that muddied, I bet nobody catches the ban. Unless they can prove, person A was doing it, egregiously, constantly, you know what I mean? But even then, we would have to assume that Funcom is somehow tracking the number of bullets that are left in a gun after you kill somebody. And they're not. So you kill somebody with the Pharaoh, all Funcom sees is that you killed somebody with the Pharaoh. They don't see that you killed somebody on your fucking 15th shot in a row with the Pharaoh. Yeah, basically, bro, Arc Raiders is melting down right now, Trent. And the dupe might be back. The grenade duplication glitch might be back in practically the same form that it was last night. Ah, it's lemon.
On infiltration.
I hate lemon.
Invasion. On subversion instead of election. On intimidation.
Trash, my man, coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Oh, welcome, my friend. Oh, welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. Chewy, my man, good to see ya. What you think is going to help the game is when they close over 25% of the servers down, forcing people to move and go into more populated servers. What I hope they do, Chewy, is I hope they close, I want to say 85% of the servers down, forcing people to move into more populated servers. And then I hope they run and re-roll like 2 fresh start servers. Bro, I'd be so in on a fresh start Dune Awakening server. Droid, the dupe glitch was being massively abused before Peanut did anything with it. I mean, they're both Unreal Engine games, Chuji, so I wouldn't be surprised if the dupes that are popping off in Ark are also popping off in Dune, but I also doubt it because, like, fucking hell, there's got to be, like, some way, even in an Unreal Engine game, that these guys can remove some of the client-side verification or whatever. Nah, man, Nah, see, screw that. I wouldn't even care if they made the specialization points account wide. As a matter of fact, I would hope that they wouldn't. I would really actually hope that they wouldn't, because that would mean that day one of the fresh start, you'd be at a massive advantage if you have all of the specializations on another account. Fuck that. Nah, fuck that. I want everybody at a level playing field, and then I'd be organizing whoever was here left willing to be organized to give it our best attempt to actually put together an organized method that gets us into competing for the end game content faster than fucking anybody else, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, dude, what I would kill for a fresh start server, or what I would do for a fresh start server. Yeah, that's YouTube for you, Eurism. You know what I'm saying? That is definitely YouTube for you. That's YouTube for you. As a matter of fact, when the way I got my first 1,000 subs on YouTube was by posting Apex Legends patch notes videos. Well, I was a no-name on YouTube, so how exactly does, like, a no-name with 0 subscribers manage to get any traction on a patch notes video when all of the big dogs put out patch notes videos and they fucking rake in all the views? Well, the way we did it was we were the first. I did everything in my power to make sure I was the first person to post patch notes videos. Like, patch notes came out, I had it down to a science where it was like, we recorded the patch notes, edited the patch notes, and got the video out within like 30 minutes of the patch notes being released. And then for the next 2 hours, while all the big dogs are spending a little bit more time editing their patch notes, we're just kind of like farming those early views. So we would get 2,000-3,000 views on the Apex Legends patch notes, and then by the time the big boys would upload, it would basically, like, the graph for the video would be going up and up, and it'd be doing good and good, and then the big boys would post their video, shut it down immediately. Immediately the views would fall off a cliff. So it's just kind of the way it is. Especially if they say actually have active communities, because sometimes you'll see people with like 40, 60, 80,000 subs, but it's not a very active community. And I even run into this same problem. And the reason for this is because I post old school RuneScape content. I've posted Elder Scrolls Online, Valheim, Grounded. I mean, we've fucking spanned the spectrum of games here. Warzone, the finals. We've been all over the place. And because of that, it's like my subscribers that have come from old school RuneScape aren't going to click on an Arc Raiders video. They aren't going to click on a Apex Legends video. That's why I've always said subscriber count really means nothing. It's all more so about, like, traction. I haven't played the finals in a while, Droid. I quit playing the finals. You want to know why? I quit playing the finals first off because the game had a massive cheating problem. It had a fucking massive cheating problem, and it felt like Embark was doing nothing about it. Sound familiar? The second reason that I quit is because there was pretty game-breaking, like, meta problems. Like, for example, with the nuke that was flying around in the game. And shit like that took them forever to balance and adjust. It took them forever to finally take the nuke out of the game and fix it. Sound familiar? Kind of exactly what we're dealing with over here in Arc Raiders. It's surprising to me to see developers fall back into old habits. You know what I mean? Did I try High Guard? And if I did, what did I think? Bro, I actually did try High Guard, and for what High Guard was, I had a fun time playing it. I did. Now, I think what happened was I went into High Guard, Trent, expecting it to be Overwatch. Like, actually Overwatch, in the sense of, it's 5v5, we're delivering something across the map. I thought it was going to be the actual Overwatch-style gameplay. So when I got into my first match and we're doing some Siege-style shit, I don't know. The storm might have hit. I don't know when the last storm hit, Chuji. When we got into some random Siege-style gameplay, I was completely taken aback. I was in shock. And so for the rest of the time, rather than what I thought was I was going to be doing some Overwatch-style game, we were then doing some... I was more intrigued to learn the ins and outs of how exactly the game mode worked, and I had fun doing that. That being said, would High Guard be a game that I could just go and play 8 hours a day, 5 days a week? It's really not. It does have its multiplayer die respawn... Oh, somebody's down here, Juji. It does have its multiplayer die respawn, die respawn, die respawn feel to it. Which just, to me, gets old, played out. Also, I thought people were being a bit dramatic. Is that a person? I thought people were being a bit dramatic when it came to reviewing on the game the first day. But the more I look at real people's feedback rather than just, people seething about whatever, the Game Awards or whatever, real feedback, I'm like, you know what, everything these people point out is 100% accurate. And huge problems with the game. What is that? That's not a person. What the fuck is that? Did you drop your light over here, Chuji? Somebody did. Oh my, please. I thought High Guard was good. I had fun playing it. Would it be a game that I could play over and over again? No. And that's unfortunate. And was it a game that had some major problems in several different areas and definitely should have come out as some form of beta test and then been pulled back and then redeveloped and then kind of then released? Yeah, I think so. I think that would have been done better. Can you just leave your light places now? I don't think so. I'm assuming somebody had their light and logged out there. Yeah, unfortunately, Chuji, so a storm may have come immediately after the storm on the other instance came. So we have like a whole hour on this instance. We've been here for at least, I want to say, 40 minutes, meaning that either A, a storm hit the A row or the E row, or B, we're just a few minutes off of one coming. Hopefully B. It's a light so he can launch out of the cube. Can't you just grapple onto the top of him? Can't you just grapple onto the, that little pentashield? I'm not a huge fan of Overwatch. I never played Overwatch until Overwatch 2, and I just wasn't a huge fan. When Marvel Rivals came out, I surprisingly enjoyed myself playing that game. But again, I quit playing Marvel Rivals because it's fucking NetEase. The game's flooded with cheaters, and they don't give a shit about them. As soon as a game stops taking cheaters seriously, I very quickly lose interest in the game. And Arc Raiders, honestly, is walking the fence when it comes to what they're doing with their cheaters and their limp dick policy. If it wasn't just such a fun gameplay loop, and if I didn't have so much fun out there, you know, harassing people about the Arc, I probably would have already walked away. And I'm thankful that we have both Sand coming out in March, as well as Marathon coming out in March. And honestly, with Marathon, it seems like it's going to be overstimulation with the UI and the flashing and the this and the that. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it ends up, because it's an extraction shooter, it's got that risk versus reward PvP loop that we're really hooked into at this point in time. You know, maybe Marathon ends up pulling through. Sand, though, is going to be interesting as well. We're going to be moving from the sand of Arrakis over to the sand of wherever the hell Sand is at. And we're going to be moving from Ornithopters into Walkers, and we're going to be firing at people with our Walker builds. Sand looks like an interesting game. Oh, for some reason I thought that would fall down the cliff, but I forgot that's not how this game works. See, I missed the last closed beta. All of the clips that I've seen coming out recently of the game, all I keep thinking is like, man, it really just seems like everything is just overstimulating. There's so much flashing on the screen, and the sounds, and the different fucking scopes, and the shields, and it just seems like it is a lot. Seems like it's a lot. League of Legends kill games like Overwatch and Marvel Rivals for your game liking? I'm not positive what you mean by by that, but I never played League of Legends either. And I didn't think I would be into Marathon's Marvel Rivals gameplay loop, but I surprisingly was. I enjoyed the competitive aspect of it. Yeah, it was multiplayer, die respawn, but it was a little bit more deeper than that. Your lives did hold a little bit of a value, in the sense of like your strategy and whatever, right? Like holding onto your lives, it wasn't just your Call of Duty die respawn where it doesn't fucking matter if you die 30 times in a match. You just respawn 30 times immediately in a match. It was a little bit deeper than that, which was nice. But again, NetEase doesn't take the cheater problem seriously. The same thing with Once Human, so I could not play or take Marvel Rivals seriously anymore. And it's another one of those things where it's like, it's a competitive game, and with competitive games, I was talking about this with Fortnite earlier. With competitive games, there's something that you just have to fucking be in on and doing at a constant basis just to keep up competitively. And that's why I stopped even attempting to do Fortnite competitive. It had a lot to do with the fact that the cup that they put on, they introduced that stupid hamster ball right before the cup, which just was like a slap in the face to competitive integrity and completely ruined that tournament. And I backed out of competitive then, but then what's funny is the tournament after that, the winter one that they put on, had the sword guy and the balls in it. Fuck it. So twisted, man. So twisted, so twisted. But I couldn't spend 8 hours a day doing edit courses on Fortnite anymore. Shit was ridiculous. And then, same thing kind of goes with like old school RuneScape, like I was saying, inside of Deadman mode. It's just the sweatiest motherfuckers who just, I don't have the time to sink into the game, or I don't have the will to put in the time to sink into the game to keep up with the competitive skill gap. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they pulled back on the bright kitty feel. Well, that's good, because every clip I've seen, Droid just really seems like it's a flash. It's a fucking flash over here. It's red over here. You're getting hit markers from over here. Gun flash barrel over here. You zoom in with a scope that turns them infrared. And I'm like, I'm fucking stimming just from watching this, and I'm not even having to control anything happening on the screen. It's just fucking just like overstimulation. That's what I'm worried about Marathon with. And when it comes to Sand, I'm worried that the gameplay loop is going to be slow, and then when it's not slow, it's going to be min-maxed out, metagamed out. But honestly, with Sand, the way you can build up your own walker and your own design and kind of throw your own thing together, fuck yeah, dude, I'm excited for Sand. I don't know how much it's going to cost. Let me look that up. I hope it ends up being a good game, because I could see it being good, like a playing with the community game where we're jumping into Eurism's walker today. We're jumping into fucking whoever's walker today. Who's got the best walker of the week type shit. Literally, I can't see anything, but also it's like not a AAA game. Seems like it's made by from like a small team, so I'd imagine it can't be more than $40. I'd imagine. I think I'm like hard strung to even justify it being $40. Oh god, League being a gacha game and comparing it to like Marvel Rivals, that's fucking you. I think you're comparing apples and oranges. League of Legends is like a MOBA, isn't it? That's completely. Is it not completely different than like say Marvel Rivals gameplay loop? I've never played League. I don't like MOBAs. I don't like top down. God, I've never understood why League of Legends is always like at the top of not only like Twitch in it, but the Steam charts. Blows my mind. Oh, I mean, we gotta be within 30 minutes of a fucking storm happening. Otherwise we've been skipped by one for certain. Marvel Rivals was solid. I liked the competitive loop to it. I like that the characters were free. I thought the skins were aggressively sexual, which was weird. Like, it's one thing to sexualize your skins, obviously. Makes sense. But holy shit, Marvel Rivals skins were aggressively sexual, and that is a, for all intents and purposes, a children's game, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Now, it's not like your Spider-Man level of children's game with, like, the competitive aspect to it as well. You're obviously going to draw in a lot of young adults and adults, but my god, were the skins juicy over there. Moon Knight, Nero. Moon Knight. Yes, indeed. I sure loved me some Moon Knight. Yes. That, or when I was playing tank, I grew accustomed to Penny Parker. I didn't play heals. Fuck heals. Stupid ass. Stupid ass. I loved my healers, but fuck playing heals. For real. Nah, Moon Knight was my guy. I liked his ultimate. And then, I liked the ability to drop the Ankh and hit people from around corners, paired with the fact that hitting one person would chain the damage to multiple people. I was really into Moon Knight. His grapple hook ability and his movement across the map. Fuck yeah, dude. One hour to the dot between sandstorms in the sectors. Yeah, it sucks the way it is now, Rob, and the fact that you get half-made games, half-created games. Yeah, brutal. Blizzard's releasing updates to all Diablo games, including Diablo 2, Resurrected, currently playing that yet again. Ooh, very interesting. You know, I've only played one single Diablo game. It was the most recent one. That was Diablo 4, wasn't it? And the only reason that I even played it was because they came out with that competition in the race to world's first hardcore, what is it, 200? 100, whatever it is. Dude, say competition and I say less, you know what I'm saying? You say competition and I say where at, I'm in. I'm gonna win it, even if I've got no chance of winning it. Like, no real chance in hell of winning it. The old man's going in to win. Did we win? No. Nope, we lost our first hardcore to, like, God, I think it was like level 70 when we lost our first one to disconnect, and I was fuming. We booted up another one, and at this point in time, I was just rushing to get back to 70, and we ended up making a mistake and dying. Fucking sucked. I think we tried a couple more, but I was so rushed at that point in time, I quickly gave up on it. I was like, fuck this. Yeah, I haven't played in a while either, but Doctor Strange was definitely in the meta when I was playing, so that's for sure. 1 hour exactly in between time storms, but Chuji, I think you're leaving your light places. Chuji's just staring at the base and his light gets left. Oh, I was gonna hop onto the Discord and see if Arc Raiders is melting down. I'm sure it is. Somebody says, sadly, they found another bug. I don't know if they're talking about the repair glitch or something else. Blueprints and ducks are duped and stored in thousands. No fucking way. They duped blueprints. Now, this obviously could just be Photoshopped, but there's several people in the Discord talking about duplicated blueprints. This could easily be Photoshopped, you know what I'm saying? You copy one fucking tile and then you paste it on all of the other tiles, but still. Holy shit! Not that blueprints are worth anything in this game anyways. Bro, Jen, Ark is melting down, man. It's burning down over there, bro. It's burning down. It's burning down. There's people coping over streamers. Oh my god, people get so in their ass. They get so in their ass, bro. It's just like so weird. You know what I mean? Like if you have somebody who's like rage exploiting and just absolutely terrorizing normal players, that's one thing. But if you have a fucking exploit that a large portion of the community is abusing and you're fighting back, I mean, what the fuck are we talking about here? And also, at the end of the day, who gives a shit? Like, who honestly fucking cares? So weird. God, these people get so in their ass about these things. Who fucking cares, bro? No, I'm waiting on this. I'm waiting on this storm. I'm probably not going to flip over to Ark tonight. I'm going to wait on this storm, and then if this storm never goes through, we're probably just going to call it on Dune. Come back and grind some more shit and knock these out at a later date. These bases may survive tonight. Oh, wait. Yeah, these bases may survive tonight. But I'm still holding my breath on a storm. 30 minutes. Technically 24 minutes, and we should be seeing one within the next 24. Problem is, like you said, it can hit the A section. We'll never even see it, bro. We'll never even see it. It'll never pop up on our notification. It's so jacked, bro. It's so jacked. That's for Ark. Yeah, Drum. Yeah, Drum. The dupes that we're talking about are in Ark. There's still dupes going on in Dune Awakening, but the dupes are in Ark. You know, and the dupes I don't think have moved over to schematics out here. You know what I'm saying? So that's good. That's good. That would be a big blow to Dune Awakening if like schematics were getting duped. You get like a grade 4 schematic just fucking flooding the thing. Yeah, that's what sucks. Chuji is rolling in 3 sectors. We can only predict as to when the timer was. And I don't remember when the storm hit the last sector, but they seem to go in order, like fairly close to each other. So I think what happens is the servers reset, and then they come back on, and then Storm A will hit Server A at the 30 mark, and then Storm B will hit Server B at like the 35 mark, and then the 40 mark is when Server C gets hit. They're typically like back to back. That's why I wish I was paying attention with the other storm timer. Completely fucking was not. I feel no need to be flying around burning the fuel. At least for now. Good thing Ark never had in-game trading. That economy would go poop. Oh my god, Mick, you're so right. And see, this is another thing that I'm saying with the duplication glitch, and there's levels to the bug abuse. Like somebody who duplicated a bunch of ducks, yes, they were on the second rung of like bug abuse levels compared to somebody who's just throwing grenades at the matriarch, but at the same time, it's not like they were affecting anybody else. Like the fact that they have 30 million doesn't affect any other player directly. Whereas in like the third and worst level of bug abuse for last night's grenade dupe was like if you were throwing the grenades at innocent players and shit in an infinite format. That was like, in my opinion, crossing the line of bug abuse. You're watching two people clear Stella with kinetic modded Bobcat 4s and infinite ammo. I'm assuming they put the kinetic mod on the Bobcat 4? Yeah, bro, it's definitely in a state of disarray at the moment. I'm wondering if anything's happened to the Steam charts because of it. So what's funny is with the grenade duplication glitch, the 24 hours numbers for didn't drop at all. We're at the 7 mark. And as a matter of fact, we're only 25,000. No, we're right at the same mark as we were yesterday. Yeah, we're right at the same mark that we were yesterday. So it's not like a drastic amount of more players have gotten off because this is more irritating to deal with. Game has dropped 2 slots on most played Steam. Oh. I guess I'm looking at the current number. I'm looking at the current number where it's at compared to where it was at yesterday, and it's at the same. Bro, what the fuck is Bongo Cat? I hate the internet, dude. I fucking actually hate the internet, bro. This shit's not real, dude. It's not real, and there's no way the player count's real. And this is the fact that you can... There's no fucking way the player count's real. There's no way there's 144,000 people playing an idle clicker called Bongo Cat. What? It's one thing when it happens out of, like, a weird banana fucking auto clicker, not in a constant basis. This shit's gotta be inflated, which worries me when it comes to games and their player numbers. Like Marvel Rivals, for example, is run by NetEase, and I'm convinced, I can't prove it, this is only my opinion, but I'm convinced NetEase artificially inflates their player numbers. Because if we take a look at Once Human... I would like to look at Once Human on the player chart, please. Why is there no chart? Oh, chart. Oh, I mean, I guess it's only 10,000 players playing Once Human right now. This used to never dip below 60,000. And I was like, bullshit, this doesn't dip below 60,000. It works like Wallpaper Engine. MHC, my man, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. I have no idea what Wallpaper Engine is. Oh my god, it idly levels your Steam account. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so why would you want to idly level your Steam account? I mean, there's a couple of reasons, but there's one I can think of. And it would be for a cheater or an account seller that sells accounts to cheaters, kind of making the account look a little bit more legit. Boy, I fucking hate cheaters, you guys, and the silver lining to the black cloud of the online identification era that we may be walking into is the fact that we may be able to actually try and convict these cheaters in the court of law and start enacting real punishments, because when real punishments come into play, real changes start to happen. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What's funny is, dude, Eurism, I keep hearing it. Where's Embark from? Sweden or Norway? Well, if online ID becomes the new norm and ends up getting pushed everywhere, which I hope won't happen, but if it does, tell you what, I'm running for governor, and I'm running based off of the fucking fact that I want to put in a law to take these stinking cheaters out of games and punish them. Did you get banned? Did you get banned? Yeah, but is it going to Eurism? Because the 24-hour player count didn't get hit at all today. Where's Embark from? Sweden. Sweden, work laws. So, Swedish work laws are heavily influenced by, whatever, enforced a standard 40-hour work week, 25 days of paid annual leave. Can you work overtime? Yeah, I mean, it says that they can work overtime. I don't know who the fuck. It's some idiot on Discord. Overtime is strictly regulated, usually capped at 48 hours over 4 weeks or 50 hours in a month. Bro, I don't see any like legitimate reason as to why these guys wouldn't be able to make it into the office early to address things like this, aside from Sweden's massively strict like overtime law. But chances are that all of the devs are at the 50 hours of overtime needed. Now, whether or not there's any sort of like written rules into their contracts that prevent any sort of like forced labor, forced early bring-ins or early call-ins or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because if that's the case, Sweden is actually very strict with like its work laws and the contracts and shit like that. But I'd imagine that they should be able to get people in. I mean, you're fucking, you're arguing semantics at this point in time, and we're not even talking about we're not even talking about the same thing. Boy, golly. The next 13 minutes better produce a storm. If the storm doesn't come within the next 20 minutes, we're going to say that these bases are just going to have to survive the night, because I'd imagine we maybe missed not only one, but 2 storms. Like, it's entirely possible we've missed 2 storms on this server. Welcome to base raiding inside of Dune Awakening. My God. It can get rough out here. There's been some pretty juicy bases that we've been sitting on trying to raid, and we've had to wait, I'm not even kidding, 6 hours for a storm to finally roll through that sector. And it's not like it was an obscure sector either, like I-9 or something like that. You know what I mean? It was like right here, smack dab in the middle, and the storm just either edged it or completely and totally missed it 6 times over. This is the 7th hour that we finally got to raid that base. Was it worth it? You better believe it. I'll be right back. My God, what just happened? We teleported. Where are we even at? I don't like that. I can't like pre-zoom in on this wall. A Bobcat with 100 ammo. Nice glitch. Embark. My God. My God. And here we go. I've been hearing this all night. It says, yeah, I got you. He's thirsty. Bro, I've been hearing this all night on the Discord. This guy says, is it just me or is everyone getting ratted and shot on site even in PvE matches like 24/7? Bro, they might have like removed aggression-based matchmaking, or the fact that I'm assuming so many PvP players were throwing grenades at the Matriarch last night. Maybe they got knocked back raids, or people have also speculated that with the updates, the aggression-based matchmaking gets reset. So, I mean, either way, something seems to be going on, and PvE players are fucking losing it over on the Discord. You think PvE players who duped lost the PvE lobby privilege? Oh, shit. Dude, Eurism, that would be so funny. And you know what? Embark's weird with the things that they decide to do. So it's like, is that a 0% chance possibility? No, it's not, bro. These guys put those fire turrets inside of the rooms that people were breaking into in order to punish them for breaking into them because they couldn't stop them from breaking in. Holy shit. Someone was semi-firing a Pharaoh. Cheating or exploit? Oh, fuck. Oh, no, dude. Oh, that's what people are saying, how they nerfed the Trailblazer, because it was damaging the Ark. Yeah, that was a weird nerf. I agree. Yeah, I see. I see. You're scared to load in from yesterday? Have you not logged in from yesterday? Oh. Man, Phil's squad apparently is not staying on inside of Arc Raiders either, Mick. It keeps getting shut off for people. They keep rolling into squads solo. That sucks. Or end up getting put into solos. How nice is running around with a Pharaoh 1 that has 102 bullets in the magazine? Oh my god. Holy shit. Things are melting down over in Arc Raiders, and we are just being scammed of a storm. At least get something out of this. Your favorite thing is how the magazines are increasing in bullet count as time goes on. Bro, people are finding out whatever has the biggest magazine, and that's what they're doing the shit with. Why the fuck? Why do I have 500 granite? Well, we probably ought to get in the air, so maybe potentially we could see the storm, I suppose. Because, I mean, realistically, we gotta be within 12 minutes. We've definitely been sitting here for an hour. We gotta be within 12 minutes. I would say 6, but if we go 12 minutes, I'm just gonna call it. and assume that we missed it. From breaking down the bases? Oh. Yeah, we did break down that whole base, didn't we? True. Did you use like a extended magazine in order to complete the event in two raids, or is it just that easy to do? Because if it's just that easy to do, I'm wondering why the PvE players are just in their asses right now over on Dune Awakening, saying that, oh, the PvE event is bringing out more PvP players than it's bringing in PvE. It should have been a PvE only mode. I'm like, shut up. Stop killing the Ark, you evil bastard. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, him. Yep, the stupid storms that come into the A-Row very much so count. Same to the ones that... I think the last time we were in Dune Awakening raiding before Arc Raider... No, it's just an explosion. I think the last time we were in Dune Awakening raiding before Arc Raiders came out, we had storms hitting the very backside of the deep desert, so much so that I would argue 1% of the storm was inside of the actual deep desert for maybe 10 seconds. Other than that, the whole storm was all the way outside of the deep desert. So it's entirely possible one spawns way the fuck out there. Yeah, this system pisses me off, man. I feel like it should be every hour the whole deep desert gets hit with one massive sweeping storm. So it's like no matter where you are during that hour, you're gonna have to find a place to hunker down. You can't outrun the bitch. You can fly over top of it, sure, but you can't outrun the bitch. You shouldn't be able to fly over top of it, but that's still a bug. So you can't run north, you can't run south, you have to hunker down in some way, shape, or form. That would be ideal. They'll change the deep desert in chapter 4. You know, some people are hoping that they're going to change it earlier. Some people are saying it's going to be chapter 4. Some people are saying that they're going to make all of the deep desert PvP again. Some people are saying that's not quite what's going to happen. The devs themselves, I don't know if they said they're going to make the whole PvP, the whole deep desert PvP again, but they did say something along the lines of they're going to start reverting the deep desert and reworking the deep desert, and they gave examples of like no fly zones, rebalancing certain things. I think they did talk about expanding it back to just the shield wall being the safe zone. That would be the biggest change for us, specifically Bicep, because I mean what we like to do is we come out here and we raid the bases, and the bases aren't here because everybody's just so safe in the E-row, and the E-row is so close to all of the resources. If all of a sudden the E-row is only halfway to all of the resources, you might see some forward operating bases pop in the E-row, and or more just actual gameplay bases pop out here rather than these empty ass forward operating bases. So I think still guilds would min-max the risk and do something along the lines of they would have a forward operating base here that when they're not currently mining is empty, and when they are mining, they're like, say, mining out here. Let's say they're mining spice from here, and then they're bringing the spice here, and then they have other people in their guild taking the spice from here out into the shield wall, into the safe zone. So it's only sitting here for 5 minutes, and it's not sitting here when a storm goes by. They want to turn it back to their vision, but what does their vision mean? Is their vision going to revert the deep desert safe zone? I mean, you could maybe argue that it's not, because their vision for the deep desert, you could say, is like the guild versus guild combat battling over ores and spice. Well, they don't necessarily need to expand the PvP zone to do that. In the Chapter 4 update, if I'm not mistaken, is also when the expansion's supposed to be coming out, and the expansion is meant to be the new island, the new planet, whatever, the ice area. And people for a long time have been saying, oh, the new expansion in the new ice planet is going to be like the Deep Desert 2.0, and I'm here to tell you right now that it's not. The new ice planet is going to be a PvE zone. I can practically guarantee it. It's going to be nothing like the Deep Desert. We can only hope that they can manage to actually rework and re-incentivize out here. But if I had to place my bets, I would say this content ends up becoming dead content not too long after C4. I'm telling you right now, Bicep, all of the tier 7 resources are going to come out of a safe zone. You hearing what I'm saying? All of the tier 7 resources, the whole tier 7 planet, is all going to be a safe zone. You may need tier 6 resources in order to make the tier 7 ingots, right? Like, you may need plastanium in order to make the tier 7 ingot, yeah? But that doesn't mean that people are going to come out into the PvP zone of the Deep Desert to farm these plastanium. They're just going to stay in the A section. So what does it realistically leave for us to fight for out here? Spice. More instance content across the overworld map, and him might be onto something as well. Him might not be too far off with whatever expansion they plan on coming out with. I'm not holding my breath when it comes to these guys being able to reinvigorate, re-incentivize, and rework the PvP inside of the Deep Desert. I just really am not holding my breath. Though with what these guys managed to... Oh, we're doing it! We're doing it! We're going to the moon! Yes, finally! To the moon! Oh God, no! Gravity's calling me back! What was I saying? Oh yeah, big trust me, bro, yeah. We'll see, dude. With the content that they managed to put out in Chapter 3, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't slightly more hopeful for the future. Like, the content that they put out in Chapter 3 is solid. If they can put that level of effort into a Deep Desert rework, I mean, we very well may be looking at a bright future here. But even if the Deep Desert turns back to 90% PvP and they don't re-incentivize the reason to come out here and fight, we're going to practically be dealing with the same thing. The only difference is it's not going to matter to me one way or another, because if the Deep Desert goes back to 90% PvP, the bases will start showing back up. I'm not here to argue with you one way or another, but I'm also not here to just fucking say it's gonna happen one way or another. I know for a fact that the developers have not come out and stated one-to-one that they're going to revert the Deep Desert back to 90% PvP. They did say they want to put it back to their, get back to their original vision. That does not necessarily mean we're we're heading towards any sort of expansion of the PvP. And I would temper your expectations when it comes to Funcom. Oh yeah, big trust me, bro. My God, we gracefully flew to the moon that time. That's what I'm saying, Eurism. So we'd be fighting over spice, but even currently right now, the fights over spice are not properly, not incentivized, but they're not properly, what's the word I'm looking for? Facilitated. They're not properly facilitated. Like a large guild versus guild battle over a big spice field is really just going to boil down to a bit of a dogfight that probably peters out before it turns to any sort of ground fight. And if it does turn into a ground fight, I mean, it's practically a no-win situation because, again, there's no incentive. You'd be maybe pulling some spice off of people, but you start weighing losses paired with the duped melange. I mean, we're dealing with so many factors here at this point in time. Well, Chuji, it looks like we got fucked on these bases. At least one storm has passed through this desert and left us completely and totally hanging. And I'm calling it. We'll have to come back to these bad boys. They'll survive the night, but they won't survive the morrow. And that's what, and there's something we can agree on, Bicep, is something that they've posted inside of their statement where they were talking about bringing the Deep Desert back to their original vision. They said nothing about expanding the PvP zone. But what they did say is they were talking about no-fly zones. Well, no-fly zones have to have big, massive pits of land, and we were talking about and speculating either earlier today or the last time we were live playing Dune that potentially we end up being able to fight over spice in certain circumstances because some of these big island no-fly zones have spice fields inside of the middle of them that perhaps the worms have a harder time getting to or are even entirely unable to get to, thus meaning, you know, a guild can not only fight for control over that island via like base warfare perhaps, but they also can fight over that spice in more of the cinematic format that you kind of seen inside of the trailers for the game way back when. You know what, Himeros, you bring up a good point. Have they ever used the word expansion? I don't know. That might just be something that I'm attributing to what I'm considering a big update. I might be generalizing that term. And this is technically what's coming up is Chapter 4 will be DLC 4. But I believe it's also the expansion, or that's what I'm calling it. It's called the Water Wars, and that's when the new planet is supposed to be coming out. And previously, not too long after they first expanded the safe zone of the Deep Desert, and we were bitching, people would come into the chat and they would say, you know, the new planet that they come out with in Chapter 4 is going to be like a new Deep Desert where they're gonna do it again. And I'd laugh and I was telling them back then, I said, don't fucking hold your breath, because I'm telling you right now, these guys are immediately taking a left turn from PvP, and I don't anticipate them taking another turn in order to like course correct back into PvP anytime soon. And sure enough, week after week after week after week, they've slowly been picking away at any sort of reason to PvP. Like, I would probably say the glory days of Harmony PvP was when there was big guilds that were fighting each other for control over specific points of interest in order... No fucking way, no fucking way. Turn around, Chuji, turn around! The glory days of Harmony PvP was when there was big guilds holding down specific points of interest in order to get specific schematics. You knew where to go to run into people out in the open. There was a bit of some reward for doing so, in the sense of if you managed to take over the point of interest, you could then pull a schematic from it, potentially, depending on the chest timer. It was all kind of fucked up at that point in time too. It wasn't great, but it was the glory days. And on top of that, there was still plenty of bases out there that we were able to dick with. Those were the glory days. And that was after the PvE expansion. So we're not even talking about the week and a half that we had in the game where it was full PvP across the entirety of the deep desert, and you would run into the most random fucking bases out here. But that's because we were a week into the game. Metagaming inside of Dune hadn't even quite like picked up yet. I'm getting no more sandstorm warning, so I'm a bit concerned it's gonna be just creeping and hitting this low section here. We might be getting edged. That bug's not new, Eurism. That's been in the game for a while. And as a matter of fact, that's one that I knew about. I saw some video of somebody showing how to take off the kinetic. It was such a pain in the ass process. I'm like, how do these people figure this out, going through these stupid ass step-by-step processes to get this done? So weird. But yes, you can then put the kinetic converter inside of your safe pocket. You do have to have it, as far as I remember, unless the method's changed, you do have to have the kinetic converter with you. You have to do some rigmarole where you're shifting around your inventory per usual. Like the inventory UI in this game's cooked, bro. It's cooked. Big exploits inside of the inventory UI of Arc Raiders. You do some rigmarole inside of your inventory, and then you'll know it worked if your Stitcher still has the it still looks like it has the kinetic converter on it, even though the kinetic converter is back in your safe pocket. Yeah, Chuji, I think we got dicked on this storm here. That's what's messed up, man, is because Chuji and I would be sitting at that, and we would have never even known that this storm flew past us. I'm gonna fly back down south, see if I can actually, like, catch wind of this thing. It said 5 minutes, so it has to be coming from our west, and it had to be fairly close, like, almost within render distance. Yeah, zero, so shit. It won't hit Effigy unless we've got, like, some nasty angle on this storm that we can't predict, but if anything, it's probably, like, angled down this way. I mean, it should render in. Oh, there it is. Yeah, hold on, because it might have an angle to it where it's kicking up. No, that looks like it's going straight across, if not even south a bit. Yeah, no, this storm's fucked. You may have survived tonight, bases, but we'll get you tomorrow. Or a couple days from now if you're still there, punks. New arc exploit? Oh, right. I read that. Honestly, I'm not holding my breath either, but I am slightly more hopeful because the content that they put out and the stuff they did with this update was really good. It was a solid, all around, I think this update was really solid for Dune Awakening. Head and shoulders above what I thought it would be. Way better than what I thought. Which gives me hope that, you know, these guys might be able to pull their heads out of their ass for some PvP overhauls, which means we may be heading back into a 90% PvP deep desert. How exactly that ends up looking, exactly how the community ends up reacting to that, I don't know. But I think even more importantly, you guys, we need to have server merges happen sooner rather than later. Like, they need to axe at least 75% of the servers and merge the bases down. I wouldn't even be upset if they left only like 3 North American servers running and like 3 European servers running, and then they maybe opened up one more fresh start server just for fun. Because I would dive into a fresh start server in a heartbeat, bro. We'd be running a 24-hour stream ASAP, and we would definitely be trying to bring anybody in the old guild into it, but it would be run at a completely different pace.
Sector weather alert. Alarm.
It would be run more like an actual guild rather than just kind of like fucking around. They never got around to mergers yet. No, mergers have not happened yet. Nope, they have not merged any of the servers as of yet. They are working on it. As to what that looks like, how many they axe, what ends up happening, who knows? Server merges could be huge, could be really, really big, bringing in more people into the fray, more people, more bases. They do server merges and then they expand to the Deep Deserts PvP. That's the prospect of all those being a possibility and on the table now. Is the whole reason that we are even back in Dune Awakening right now, beating our head against the table with this daily grind in order to not be so far behind in combat and in flight and in all of that shit. Like that, the whole reason that we're even beating our head against the wall right now is because of the fact that there is a possibility that they make a pretty massive turnaround, because I would argue they have with PvE. I'm not certain what Dune Awakening is going to put out with the patch tonight. If it's anything of interest, we'll be sure to post a video breaking it. Oh, excuse me, wall. I don't believe walls are meant to be 850 meters in the air. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, this is good. This is good. Well, what the hell? Who put that wall there? 10 minutes to fly out of that bitch. I think we did turn around, though, to be fair. We did turn around to go see if the storm was going to hit this. 100-round volcanoes should be illegal. It's so nasty, dude. It's so nasty. Then, like you said earlier, Eurism, this is the type of bug abuse that if it's being abused in, I would say, almost any way to attack other players, it should be actioned upon, really. It's not as cut and dry as with the grenade exploit. So it's like, if somebody's hitting you with a grenade exploit, I mean, are you really that out of the? Is it really out of the question to hit them back with 100 grenades? Like, I mean, you could argue that it's not, but it's a lot harder to tell if somebody's dumping 100 rounds of a volcano into you when you're face to face and you got a 100-round volcano and you like hold off on firing. Like, I don't know. It's all super weird. But you're right. These guys have gone limp dick on the last duplication. They've gone limp dick on the cheaters. They're probably going to go limp dick on these guys. And you want to know what that tells me? They're just inviting. They're opening the floodgates. They're inviting people to look for the next exploit and then abuse it. You know what I mean? It's a dangerous game to play over there at Embark. And they're definitely walking a tight rope. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be ending the stream here tonight. Yes, indeed. We are recording a podcast with Gecko tomorrow. I don't know when he's going to upload it, but keep an eye out on the channel. I'll be sure to I'll be sure to make a post when he does upload that podcast. Always a good view, always a good watch over there. Gecko's a good guy, always got some good guests on. as well. So definitely keep an eye out on the channel for that. Like I said, any Dune Awakening news comes out tonight that's of interest, we'll be sure to break that down as well. Tomorrow we're going to be diving into Arc Raiders post-mayhem, if you will. Post-mayhem, because I'm assuming that these guys are going to put out a hot fix today, similar to what they did yesterday. Is it going to be another Band-Aid fix followed by another round of exploiting? With the way these guys are just kind of opening the floodgates and inviting it to happen, I mean, I would not be surprised at this point. Definitely a dangerous game to play over there. It was a fantastic night over on the YouTube. Sam came in and became a member. Can you believe it? Sam, you're an absolute freaking lunatic. But on top of that, we also had some top fans of the night. Chuji coming in at the #1 spot, followed by Skull. And then we got Rob rounding out the top 3. But we also got Khan and Droid and Drom and Trent and Art and... Who else? Art, whoa, Mega Scroll there. Ross and Euro and Chewy rounding out the top 10. We appreciate you guys. We most definitely do. Over on the Twitch was an excellent night as well. Trash came in, dropped a follow. My man, Eurism was here for a bit. Juxt was here for a while. Jen, per usual, we appreciate you guys. Trash obviously was here for a bit for the first time. And my man, Regards, was here. I definitely appreciate you guys. You keep me going around here. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be live tomorrow. Other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing night. I'm out.